Hey there, I'm Cyberchroma. See anything different? I sure do. Hoping everything is actually working. Possibly. Looks like things are. Hey, Francesco! Hello! Hi! And thank you for the sub. Thank you. That's 8 months. Wow. Yeah, quality awesome. Woo. Glad that is. Yeah, I've actually gone and improved my setup and all that. Also brought back the Rubik's Cube Tower, I suppose, because it could fit in the background, I guess. Yeah, let me get background music going because sure. And looks like it's a good volume. Might turn it down ever so slightly. A little bit more. Okay, good enough. The cubes. Oh yeah. Yeah, so I have new camera, new microphone. I got a muffler on the microphone, which does, like, I thought I would just because I'd try out. They are apparently a good thing to have. Yeah, this microphone, definitely. Eons, like, million times better than the old one. Camera, also a lot better. And this has, like, settings that I can save that will actually persist when I turn on and off my, computer, as opposed to the old one, which any settings I changed, it would always reset, which was annoying. I was like, whatever. At first I was doing it, and then I just stopped caring and just went with whatever default settings it decided to have. So, yeah, that was more inconveniences than anything. But, yeah, also the monitor that you guys are seeing is a new monitor. So, it's a 4K monitor, so that's cool. I'm streaming in 4K now. So, yeah, and it's also cool for myself to have. Now, one missing piece of this setup is that I have two 4K monitors now. The other one, though, I can't set up yet at the moment because I am missing a screw for it. I got a used monitor off Amazon, and it's missing the screw that attaches the base to the stand to the monitor. So I went hunting to try and find a replacement screw, and that went nowhere because it's also Sunday and some things be closed. Yeah, so that's still a work in progress, but this is good enough for now. So, yeah, I'm rocking fancy new monitor that I have chat on, and well, all of OBS, which could happen to be today that OBS updated as well. So, see, OBS looks a little bit different now. So that's a thing. Yes, that was a thing. I also, yes, I went back to light mode with it. After the update, it tried to default being in, dark mode, which at first I was like, fine, I'll deal with it. However, I noticed that it being in light mode, the literal, like, the white light from the monitor is making my lighting ever so slightly better. So I'm literally having it be in light mode for lighting purposes, which I think is funny. Yeah, I have a lamp over there that is almost being a bit of a ring light. I think that's the word. Very minor. So yeah, I'm slowly improving my setup. So that's very, very cool. Next thing I want to do is actually replace my light up there that is currently a yellow light for being a white light, because I think it just looks better. White light versus yellow. So that's, well, yeah, gonna happen. And I'm thinking, probably not happening now, probably not happening in a few weeks. Eventually, far off eventually, I think I'm gonna be getting a new computer. So that's in the works. But that's gonna be a lot further off, I think. So, yeah, for now, I was like, yeah, just did a bunch of things to, be upgrading my setup because I could, and it's something that I've been wanting to do. Also, I have an income now, so I can do that. No, yeah. Also having savings. Anyways, I'm still fine-tuning things and messing around with stuff with this setup. Like, I moved my desk as well and turned it. So that was a thing I did. I'm still messing around with it, still fine-tuning it, I guess, of the positions of my monitors, positions of everything, and all that. Like, I was even considering whether I wanted my monitor to be on the right side of me or on the left side, but I decided to leave it where it was, because, yeah. So yeah. The Cyberchroma stream is moving to the next level. Also, while I'm rambling about things, I was sick, so that was fun. Actually, it was very not fun. It sucked. It was not good. It wasn't COVID, so that's good. Well, I never actually got tested, but it wasn't any of the symptoms of COVID, so I think I'm good there. No breathing problems, none of that. But basically for like all of the weekend, the long weekend, including like Labor Day and all that, I didn't get to enjoy the holidays so much because like I was just very sick. And and also I tried to go to walking clinic stuff on the Sunday where everything was closed, and yeah, so that didn't work. That didn't pan out so well, but it's fine. I got better on my own. I feel completely fine now, so that's great. Awesome. Yeah, and in terms of being sick, so my running theory, what I think it was, I was trying a bunch of things to like figure out what it was and trying different things to try and make me feel better. A lot of it wasn't working, but I think my running theory is that I may have been exposed to mold or some bad chemicals or something in that range of being exposed to something making me not feel good. And by not feeling good, like my symptoms were weird. Or symptom. Like I literally, I only had one symptom and it was terrible. It was severe motion sickness. Like the feeling of when you go on a super spinny ride at like a amusement park or whatever, or a carnival, relevance to my game. But feeling that constantly, or more so, even moving my head slightly was causing me to be very motion sick very quickly. So yeah, and especially up and down. So yeah, very not fun. I just woke up one day and was suddenly feeling like that. So yeah, that was terrific. It lasted for about 6 days-ish. By like the 6 days, it was really like 90% better. So that was good. I think like on the second day it was the worst, and then it just gradually was getting better. So that's why I was worried, but I wasn't too worried because every day it was getting a little bit better. So that was, a little good. But I like super cleaned like everything in my room. I actually threw out my mattress and got a whole new mattress. So, because like one that, I had for like, I don't know how many years. So yeah, I did that, and I think that was worth it. Or whatever I did. I could be wrong. See, like in terms of thinking of what it was or what it could be, I don't know for certain. I don't know if it's just a coincidence that I happened to get better as I did certain things, or if things I did were actually related to me getting better. All I know is that I'm feeling great now, so that's all that matters. But that's also why I haven't been streaming for like a while. In addition to, I mentioned at the end of my last stream that I am in the middle of planning things for my game, The Handyman with a Unicycle. I've been going off and doing, actually I guess I could pull up some of this planning. Now, a full disclosure is during the time when I was sick, I did absolutely zero planning. Sorry. I did do a lot of planning before I got sick, but yeah, I was mainly just focusing on getting better and not dying. So yeah, let me just pull up. I have it in a Google Doc. I have some written planning. It's not done yet, so I'd still say that I'm still in the middle of planning a lot of things. So like in the last stream I said I was going to go off and plan things. That's still in an ongoing process for sure. I guess we can have a glimpse through this. I actually haven't looked at this Google Doc myself in like a week, so we can look at it together. So basically I wanted to, well I guess yeah, I actually put in table contents for fanciness. And I imagine I'll eventually like put this in my Discord in some shareable fashion, so you'll get that eventually. But yeah, the Handyman with Unicycle demo planning. So this isn't planning for the full game. This is planning specifically for the demo. Which, small recap, is that it's gonna be like a slice of the real game, right? But I still kind of want it to be its own complete package. It's like a small chunk of the game while still feeling a little bit like a complete game, if that makes sense. I'm making a lot of stuff in this demo that I plan to be in the real game, both in terms of character models and like mainly lots of artsy stuff, probably a lot of the programming will go into this and all that sort of stuff. But I'm purposely saying that there's zero expectation that any like story content or specific level design things or level order or whatever, or even cutscenes, none of it has to be in the real game. We'll see what makes the cut and what doesn't. And I'm purposely having that limitation and not saying that the intro cutscene of this demo will be the intro cutscene of the real game. By not having that limitation, it's just going to be easier to design, rather than trying to design levels to fit two purposes. The purposes of making sense in this demo and then making sense in whatever happens in the full game. It's just going to, I think it'll be easier for now to plan things. Doesn't mean that this stuff won't be in the final game. I'm just not imposing that restriction, if that makes sense. So, like this submarine and volcano level. Maybe it'll be in the final game completely untouched, but it doesn't have to be. Or maybe it will be with some modifications or whatever, right? Okay, anyways, yeah, I'm not gonna read through all of this at the moment, but you can see that it's here. My idea with, I don't know if this is a great way to do this, but with different game design documents I've done over the years, I've gone about them in like completely different ways for the order of things listed. Because the demo is small enough in scope, well, it's pretty big in scope, but I know that I want it to be like main menu, 3 levels, hub world in between. Like, I have that stuff like decided on. I decided that I'd have like an introduction sort of thing, and then basically I'm just going through this planning in the order that things happen, basically. So I have like explanation of this intro cutscene, explanation of the main menu, that would then go into level 1, and then I'd have my planning for level 1. At that point, after you beat level 1, you go to the hub worlds, and then I explain the hub world and what happens if you try to replay level 1, because I need something for how that works together from a gameplay standpoint. Level 2, level 3, how the game ends, the unlocking of hard mode, and all that sort of stuff. And whatever happens when you beat all the hard mode things, which I'm undecided on at the moment, but yeah, we'll figure that out. So I just, went through this in the order that things happen. You'll see that, there's still a lot to be planned. A lot of words, especially these hard modes. I predict that I'm basically not going to even start well, other than some maybe loose ideas. I'm not going to be planning these hard modes until the normal modes of these levels are probably mostly done. We'll see. Or I'll figure that out as we go. But yeah, so lots of things. With some of this stuff, I want to actually try to make a storyboard for these cutscenes in some fashion. I mean, it could be like, in Paint or Photoshop, I draw some stick figures or whatever, right? Like, we'll see how actually detailed it is. But I want to make a storyboard of some kind of visual to go with this written planning that will eventually happen. Because also, I think while the cutscenes aren't made yet, by just having this quick, like, panels of what happens, I could literally, in the game, as a temporary thing, just flash up the storyboard, have it flash through the different panels to show, like, the sequence of events that's kind of supposed to happen, and then that would cut away to then, now you're in a level. That can work for a very quick temporary thing while it's all still in development, right? So yeah, that's an option. Because it's meant to be temporary, I wouldn't put too much work into that, in theory, but we'll see. Main menu things, da-da-da-da-da. I also, actually, one thing I did is, very planned in depth my intro cutscene, and I'm hoping that some of my ideas here, plus, like, how I see this in my head, hoping it'll pan out good, and all of that. I have a similar but different idea of what I have in mind for the real full game cutscene. That's essentially gonna be this, but more action, more stuff. We'll see. So yeah, basically I took that and sort of cut it down to its most important bits for what's going to be the intro cutscene in this demo. So yeah, because also in the real game, going for the demo to the real game, there might be more characters, and thus I might need to introduce more characters that just do not exist in the demo. Speaking of characters, do I have that written somewhere? I don't currently have a section that describes characters, but maybe that'll be a section. We'll see. I kind of describe some characters as they get introduced in this demo, and even so, there's one character, two-ish, that I'm still planning exactly where they're getting introduced. And in terms of character designs, I'm still figuring that out. I have some ideas, some loose ideas, and some ideas that keep flip-flopping. But overall, with characters, I'm planning this demo is going to have 5 characters total? Maybe some background NPCs if I need, like, because it's a carnival, if I need some random people walking around to act like the carnivals, there's people actually going to it. We'll see. We'll see how much work I put into that in the demo, but in theory, in the real game, it'd be cool to just have a bunch of background NPCs walking around. Or however that actually shapes up in the real game. We'll see. Ideally, those models would be, like, a lot less, well, maybe not too less detailed, but they don't matter as much as the main important characters that talk and stuff. right? So characters at the moment are, a lot of them have like their, what I guess is their names and then what people actually refer to them as, nicknames or whatever. So I'll just say the nicknames. Handy Harold, Mr. Avion, Captain Gunderson, Looney Junie, and unnamed antagonist that is not planned yet, because still figuring that one out. But I need some, well, I want some antagonist in this demo. In the real game, it's going to be a team of antagonists. And it's going to be implied in this demo that there is this team of antagonists, but you're only going to see one of them in this demo because I'm only going to design one for now, probably. So, yeah, that's going to be a thing. And this, I say team of antagonists, it's the Safety Corporation that's basically trying to sue your carnival out of existence for being incredibly unsafe and all that. But then there's some legal shenanigans and blah, blah, blah. I have reasons that justify gameplay. And all of these members of this corporation are going to be boss fights. Also, they're all going to be like not clown themed, circus themed. Or in theory, you know, have like a magician guy and like a clown guy and like a lion tamer or, you know, whatever. Stuff like that I'm going to try to make bosses out of. That's actually purposely why they aren't super planned yet, because with a lot of them I want to figure out, okay, what's the boss fight going to be, design character that fits the boss, and then go from there. I want to design the antagonists based on the gameplay thing first. So, yeah, that's that. Anyways, yeah. But in terms of also character designs, even of the characters I do have planned, no idea for a lot of it. Other than that, I want Harold Henderson to be Canadian, because I'd like him to be Canadian, but also not look like me. I am Canadian, but I don't want him to look like me. So no lab coat, unfortunately. No. So we'll see how that one goes. Captain Gunderson's gonna look like maybe like a stereotypical pirate-ish. We'll see what fancy things we do with that. Peter Avion, or Mr. Avion, is the businessman guy who has made the whole carnival. Still, so other than looking like business guy, I'm not entirely decided what I want him to look like. I was thinking that he might look clown-like. At one point I was considering that, but then I kind of decided against that, because I wanted to be able to be taken seriously to some degree. If he just looks like a clown, that might be, you know, not something that can happen. So we'll see how that goes. I said Captain Gunderson. He doesn't have a first name yet. I've been going between a few first names, but he'll have a first name eventually. Unless his first name is Captain. That would actually be kind of funny. He's basically a pilot for hire. So you're actually going to see him in a lot of not pirate scenarios, and that'll be part of the joke. Of just different levels where you're going to be on something that needs to be piloted, like a submarine or a cruise ship or a plane or a blimp or whatever. It'll always be him piloting that thing. That's gonna be the joke there. And then there's person name that I forget because I renamed them, or-ish. Juna Crooney, also nickname of Looney Junie. Basically, cause explosions and stuff, I'm gonna have a person that's all obsessed with exploding things. Demolitions expert or whatever. Yeah, that's that. In terms of all of these character designs, yeah, no idea with a lot of what they're going to look like, but we're going to figure that out. Well, I have some generic ideas, but anyways, we'll figure that out eventually. So, yeah, that's that. Okay, so that was some rambling. Where was I going with this? Basically, I'm just recapping some things I've been thinking about for the last little bit. I actually have some of the things I've said already in the past, but oh well. It's yeah, planning that I'm working on. So like getting things figured out. Because then even like the characters that I've said, beyond that I want there to be more characters in the real game. Figure out what they are gonna be. Most of them are gonna be characters to fit a gameplay purpose. Or maybe some to fit a story purpose that just needs a character to fit a certain role. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that gets fleshed out later on. Yeah, so in terms of levels and stuff, still a lot to be planned here. The current plan is for there to be 3 levels. Forest on the Cliffside. Well, if I'd say of my 3 levels, if there's any that's likely to change the most, it might be this one. Because I don't want it to be just generic forest level, but for now it's going to be set in a forest, but it's missing something. There's something else. I want to do something else with it, so it's not just a forest. I'm still figuring out what that is. Like, I could lean, like, one thing I will have here is it could be a forest that has a lot of, like, cliffs, a lot of verticality things to it. That could be something to mess around with. Could do stuff with going into, like, the treetops and going along the tops of trees. Could lean more on the side of a swamp and then do swamp type things. I had an idea of, like, doing something with, like, a lot of intense fog everywhere, doing stuff with that maybe. Different ideas. We'll see what we do with this one. Submarine Node Volcano. Yeah, this is the level I've been thinking about the most because it's going to be the first one that we're actually making. And I've had some ideas, even just today, thinking about it, for what I want to do with this level. But I'm still figuring out a lot of it. Yeah, but that's that. Then Heist in a Skyscraper. This is the level I'm, like, looking forward to the most because I really want... Well, I want all my levels to be good. But this is the level that I really want this to turn out great. This if this can turn out really great, that would be awesome. Yeah, ideas that I have that... Yeah, gonna hopefully be cool. Yeah, and also have a really good final impression for the game, hopefully. I mean, I want all the levels to be good. So hopefully they all leave good impressions. Yeah, basically want, like, the motto for, like, building all these levels as I'm building them, just constantly thinking, like, okay, how can we make this more fun? These things that we have at the moment, it's like, how can we get the most out of it? How can we make it more enjoyable, more whatever it is that we want out of level and all that. Always, yeah, think back to gameplay first kind of things. Anyways, so yeah, this is still a work in progress, but I thought I'd just show it off because it was there. So, with that out of the way, going into this, I wasn't, like, with the fact that I'm still planning this, was a little unsure of what exactly I wanted to be doing in this stream, other than just testing out my new things, my new equipment and all that. But I think what we're going to do, first off, while I'm still planning things, and I don't know if I'm at the point where, well, we'll see how much level building we're going to do. But, because I still said, I'm unsure of how much I'm going to do that on stream versus off stream. It can be hard to force creativity, so kind of doing some of it, like, just in my day-to-day as I'm doing stuff, just thinking of different ideas would be better. But we'll see. I definitely want to toy around with certain ideas. I might have an idea for a level thing, but before fully committing to it, I want to, like, maybe build it in isolation to see, like, is this gonna work or no? Because I don't want to be, like, really sold on an idea on paper, thinking that it's gonna be amazing, and then actually build it, and then realize, like, oh shoot, this ain't gonna work like how I thought it would, and then, you know, have problems with that. So that's what I would like to avoid. Yeah, usually you want to plan your levels before you make them, but in some cases I might want to make a portion to see if the planning actually is gonna hold up. Makes sense? Makes sense. So, yeah, so while, like, the first thing I wanted to do, I think, was something that I've been putting off for a while. We have a few in my to-do list of different things. We have, well, quite a few things we could be doing. I did say that I want to be... Up till now, we've been making all this generic stuff and this test hub world, test levels, all that sort of stuff. So part of why I want to start gearing towards planning the demo more in-depthly is that I can start making things working towards the demo rather than just a bunch of generic stuff. While I'm still planning things, I think one thing I would like to do is something I've been putting off for a bit. Or just, you know, I was like, I'll get around to it eventually. And eventually, I'm deciding is now. And that is allow the mouse to click on buttons. Let me show what I mean by that. So, well, actually, I mean, pretty self-explanatory, but some more explanation for why it's not already a thing. Oh, this is, we're gonna, right, we're gonna do this. Yeah, okay, it's fine. New monitor, new rules. Hold on. So, right now, every menu thing in the game, the mouse does nothing, because I've built menu things treating them like being on a console, where you'd have your joystick moving that up and down would cycle through menu options rather than having a mouse. And that's replicated on a keyboard with WASD. So, or, well, W and S mainly. So, I have the menu options working with just W and S. yeah, so that is currently how this is working for all of the menuing. So at a point, I was able to, or also, I should say, just clicking on buttons, I've done that before, that's relatively easy to do. Although, I've typically done that actually with just standard, like, Unity buttons. This is just, text, so I'm gonna have to do some more fancy work there. But, what was I gonna say? Yeah, so at a point when I first built this system, I was at a point where I could either make it so that mouse clicking worked, or this this joystick up-down thing worked. But I was struggling to get both to work at the same time. I remember that I was having difficulties not having one break the other entirely. So I guess that's going to be our goal for today. Just a little, thing to do, is to try and have both WASD working and mouse clicking working at the same time. So yeah, that's what we're going to get started with. And we'll see how much I'm able to, just do it on one menu and then suddenly it works for all the menus, or if I'm going to have to go through and set up things for every single menu in the game, or every single button you can click on, which isn't that much at the moment, so frankly that would be fine. It would be cool, I'm thinking this now, it would be cool if I could just do some coding thing that suddenly it's all working across every button, or with minimal it being a pain, I guess. So let's see how that's gonna do. So I'm gonna start by going into my, where is it? This player testing scene? Yeah. Also haven't actually even opened Unity, looking at this game in since the last stream. So yeah. Okay, so I think what's effectively gonna have to happen, well, from a very basic standpoint, yeah, when you put your mouse over, or close enough, we'll see how much of a range we want, any of these text options, then they should act like this WASD thing does. So I'm going to be taking some code from how these operate. They basically have to change what is considered the active button for this one to be the one that's glowing and or a different color and going up and down. I also have to make sure that when I change, the one that was active before becomes not active. That's important. So yeah. And then if I click, well, actually, yeah, I'd have to click on a button. If I'm active on this one and I'm out here and I click, it probably shouldn't do anything. It should probably only do something if I'm actually clicking the button, just in case you're over here doing something and you accidentally left click, I guess. So yeah, I'll have it so that yeah, it's like a button. You click on the button, it does stuff, and then hovering over should change the options as such. And there's already code for basically when I press space, it calls a function called resume. I can leverage a lot of that. So that's what we're gonna do. Let's see how painless this is. I do need to make sure, actually, one more thing I'm going to say is that when I have the thing that's going to make this potentially complicated, but shouldn't be too complicated, it'll probably be fine, is that when I mouse over a different button, from the WASD, the code that's controlling that, it needs to know that this changed. So ideally, basically what controls the current active button should be kind of linked to the same number for both mouse and keyboard. Basically, the more of it that's linked, the less likely we are to have unexpected issues, I imagine. So let's go ahead and do that. Yeah. One thing I also know of, I know of a game in particular that had a glitch when it first came out that you could do unexpected menuing behavior if you basically press space on the keyboard and clicked a button at the exact same frame. So let's try to also avoid that in theory. Basically if hypothetically you clicked on the mouse clicked the button and press space on the keyboard in the same frame, ideally it won't call the function twice. Or even if it did call the function twice, it wouldn't do anything. Maybe, well, we'll see. We'll see how much that actually is a problem. It might, with however we implement this, might just by default not be an issue. I guess we're gonna see. So I guess we'll start with the pause menu because that's just gonna be the easiest to test. Oh, although the pause menu has special rules, so actually that makes it even better for an initial test. Because the pause menu, depending on when you're in the hub versus in a level, it has more or less options, so yeah. Okay, so canvas, pause screen, open. Then yeah, so right now, these are just Text Mesh Pro text things. They don't have button components. I could add button components that just call those functions. I'd have to set them all up individually, but that might be inevitable. Let me have a quick glance through the code that's controlling the WASD side of these buttons. I do know, so one thing is, when you have like Unity's button code stuff, that's also kind of in place for handling like, the buttons like tinting. Oh, do I want to do that? The whole like, you know, when you click on a button, it tints as you're clicking it. That is usually good practice to have. If I'm gonna go about tinting, I'll probably just try to leverage Unity's normal button clicking thing. Yeah, that'll probably be easier. The hard part, so okay, I might just have, yeah, if I just use Unity's button behavior stuff to just, when you click on button, call function, whoop-de-doo. But then also I'm gonna need, I'll have to put a button script on every button, but that's fine. That's not that bad. Or on every like text that should be a button. But then I'm also going to have to. Two things with that. One, I'm gonna have to make sure that you can't click a button when you're not supposed to. For like the brief time when a button's like going on screen or off screen, ideally. I don't want that to cause unexpected behaviors if you click a button during that time. But then also that won't deal with the colors changing from like the blue to the red. So I'm still gonna have to do that manually when the mouse is over a text thing. But I know that there's Unity functions that kind of handle that automatically, so in theory that should be fine. I guess we're gonna see if, because with different menu things kind of on top of each other, we're gonna see if it's fine. Basically, yeah. Well, yeah. Now, also in terms of ranges, these ranges might matter more, because these ranges might be what's considered for clicking these like a button. So, yeah. Which is fine. I'm totally fine with it. Well, actually, this one doesn't match, so with stuff like this, I might have to change things. But yeah, we'll figure that out. My double restart, I forget exactly what that's from, but I'm sure I have a good reason for it. Oh, that's from this menu. Got it. Okay. I was like, I'm seeing doubles of buttons, and I wasn't sure why. Okay. Yep, I remember why. So not an issue. So let's start with, yeah, on every one of all these bits of text, just add, just button. Can't add button to restart level text because a button is already added to the game object. Game object can only have one selectable component. What? Wait, you have a button. Wait, when did that wait, what? Is that, or I must have just done that now, yeah? Hold on. Yeah, I must have misclicked. No, wait, when do these have buttons? I must have just done that as I died. Let me just kind of restart on that. Because paused, oh, wait. Oh, the pause text, that's the title text. Okay, so that shouldn't have a button. I must have done this ages ago, right? Added a button, didn't do anything with it. I can't click it, right? Right now these do nothing, so interesting. I don't think the other menu buttons have that. Actually, they might because they were probably duplicated from these, so whoops, but oh well. So on click. Okay, so I'm gonna have to, yeah, this will be a little annoying, but I guess it's fine. Actually, So I could go and find all the functions that clicking these buttons activate, and then drag and drop, and then function, blah, blah, blah. However, I'm already going to have code that is keeping track of the active button. I could just have the button script here and have its only job be the color tints, do the color tints for free, and clicking them does nothing, but then have code that has functions that if this game object was clicked, do the function that is what the active button is. And that might just save me a lot of tedious work. And it'll ensure that the like WS thing and the mousing over, it would ensure that they're consistent because they'd be using the same number. I say that maybe we try that. Either way, I have to, as I just said, I have to keep track of the active button thing anyways because of the color tinting thing. So let's start with that. Let's start with what's kind of the less important thing, is it's for the transition, but we start with that, it'll be easier to tell if this is gonna work. So yeah. Okay, so let's just start with mousing over a button turns it red, mousing over another button turns that one red, but make sure that it turns the old one not red. So, pausing UI. Actually, first I just need to Google, I need to remind myself, what is the Unity function for when you just mouse over something? If mouse over UI. I know there's like a function. There's a built-in function that's like on mouse over or something like that. I just need to see. You can also go like event system.current.is pointer over game object. Okay. I thought there was a. Hold on, because I'm not just looking for an option. I'm kind of looking at a few options and deciding which is best for me. Wait, why? I thought there was like a on mouse over. One sec. Yeah, there is. I guess I wasn't looking. Whatever else I was looking at a second ago, I didn't look at how old it was. Some of these answers. Okay, this is 2016, but I know that there's a. Oh, I think on mouse over is for things with colliders. Isn't that how that is? Okay, I think I get the difference. Let me just have a quick look. Yeah. Color the user presses. Yeah, so it has something with a collider. So in theory, if I added colliders to all the button things, but I'm not gonna do that, I don't think. Although if I did that, that would give me easy control over the size of what is clickable, but I don't think I want to have additional colliders in the scene, wasting performance on that. So I'm gonna have to go with a different solution. Okay, back to other things. So I did see thing, yeah, event system.current.is pointer over game object. Although that would need to be, is it on this game object, I guess. Or maybe I can pass in a game object. But I would need to pass in the game object that is the button, and I would need to pass that in every frame. So that's something that's being checked every frame, which, I mean, I guess the WASD thing is being checked every frame as well. But it would be really nice if I could have... Oh, well, right. Actually, no, I would have... It would be nice if I could have a function that just gets called when mouse is over this object, but also I would then need that code to be on every single button rather than having the code be on this parent thing. Can I pass in a game object? Because maybe I for loop through the buttons. A for loop of length 5 isn't that terrible. Let me just put here as a test. Do I need to import something? Come on. Nope, work with me. Sure. Yep. Can I pass in a game object? Is the pointer with the given ID over an event system object? Oh, wait. Oh, that's just if it's over any UI elements. That's not what I want at all. Can I get the thing? Ugh. I don't like what I'm seeing here. Raycasting. That's bad on performance. My menu should not be too terrible on performance, ideally. Mayhaps. Can I just... UI canvas object. Okay, so I can have that with the vent system stuff. Okay. And then on pointer click. Okay. But then that would have to be on the game object that is the button. I suppose I could have a really tiny script on every button that detects, if this thing was clicked, go find the parent thing and call a function there. Except that gets annoying because the parent function is different for all these menus. It's either pause UI or win UI or fail UI. It's not consistent there, so that gets way more annoying to deal with. So I do have potential solutions, right? Like, I see potential options, but I'm going to do a bit more looking because I would like to have... I want to see if there are better options, right? Is there something I can do that's better than what I'm currently doing? Also, this... Let me drag this back over here. Okay, take a pointer over his head, UI element. Just go in between a few Unity answers. But I don't know why... Okay, I wonder if maybe possibility. The one thing that these things all have in common is that they're all Text Mesh Pro text things. So what if there's a thing in Text Mesh Pro, Mesh Pro text? What if there's like a small chance that that is a thing? Okay. Before. Hold on. Too many tabs. Okay, detecting this on a sprite. Give me information. Again, I could also just have the buttons call the other functions. That is an option. If I could just have this have like public array of all the buttons. I do have that. Then yeah, that would be great. Okay. Unity if and I'm also not detecting a click. I'm trying to detect that mouse has entered. On pointer enter kind of deal, so over UI. Whether text mesh row text. Right, because, well, even with buttons, they just have an on-click event. That's not an on-enter event, right? So I'm trying to deal with the on-enter. I don't even need an on-exit event, because we only then change the color when we enter a different button. If we move our mouse over to the left a bunch, that doesn't matter. Or, like, that won't trigger more button changing. Now, I don't know what should happen if, like, the mouse is... if the mouse is in the middle of the screen on top of, like, the restart button, and then I hit S, what should happen there? I'd have to decide which one takes priority. I don't know. I think, actually, in that case, I'd probably have, like... I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm like, it could go either way, but I'll figure that out later. That's like an edge case, kind of. Actually, I think I'd have W and S, have those take priority. But then if you click on, like if you haven't moved the mouse and it's still on the restart button, that's not the active one. If I click that, it immediately becomes the active one and then gets clicked. That works enough, I think. Okay. Huh. Okay. Yeah, not finding. Yeah. Let me go back to just mouse over UI. Might just have to. That's gonna be annoying though. Well, having a small bit of code on every single game object. Well, I guess actually one way I could do it so that they don't have to link upwards to different scripts is just have the parent thing that is like pause UI in this case. It looks at the child ones, and then there's like a boolean on all of them that gets sort of set off if we're hovering over it. That's also annoying. I prefer not to do that because that's things that are running every frame in update. That's a bunch of booleans being tested in update all the time. So I'm trying to see if I can get away with not doing that. If I can just have, I don't know, functions, well, that get called. But it looks like that's not going to happen. So even if I could just have something on the parent that goes through every okay, maybe let me have a look at what else. Where was I just? What else this event system has within it? So is pointer over game object? This is if it's over any game object, right? So can I then? It's over a game object. Cool. What game object? So I could have maybe like a. Let me get that back real quick. Okay. If that's better, I guess. If it's over a game object, then which one? Can I get that? And then test that one that we're over with one of our buttons. Currently selected game object. Oh, perfect. Okay. Considered active by the event system. Wait, selected might not count for hovering? Let me have a glance at other options, but that's probably what I'm going to test. Last selected game object. Okay. Interesting. That could be useful. No. I'm going to say that could be useful for the deselect process. My worry with that is like if we go from resume button to hovering over the paused title text and then swoop around to like the quit button, the last selected thing would be the paused title text, so that doesn't work there necessarily. So I'd have to just internally in here somewhere kind of keep track of what the last active button was. Sure, that'd be fine. Okay. Set selected game object. Interesting that I can force it. Point over game object. Destroyed. Okay. First selected game object. One object can be selected at a time. The control a selected button. Okay, sure. Is the game object that is the event system. Okay, cool. Overpainting is active. Yeah, is destroyed. Okay. I guess I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try looking at hoping that where was current selected game object under C, because that's how the alphabet works. I'm gonna try. Well, let's just start with a quick easy thing. Print what this is. Go.name. And let's just see if it works how I think it does. Yeah. Let's try that. If this works, then I don't have to... The only thing I have to do to my buttons is add the button scripts, which they might actually already be there, and make sure transition is... Well, do whatever I want with the color tints. Make them consistent. So I'm fine with doing that for every button. That should be quick and easy. And it'd be the same across all the buttons, so I don't have to go through every individual button. Okay. Oh, there is an event system. I was about to say what could be a case is that there isn't an event system at all. Currently selected of event system has not been assigned. So it thinks that there currently is no active game object. If I click this... And now, okay. So that only works for clicking. I mean, I'm seeing the tinted. That I'm frankly fine with a tint as far as that goes. Actually, I think I would prefer that if the mouse went over it, I saw a little bit of tinting. So there's that. While I'm thinking of what to do, I might as well just get the tint how I want it to be. I'll have to test it here and then go back and test it on the prefab. Highlighted colors be darker. Oh, because of the errors here. Actually, I don't know what's causing errors specifically, but something it doesn't like. That's why the pausing is halting, but whatever. We're gonna ignore that. Or maybe I won't. Hold on. Something erroring to do with the selected game objects thing. Oh, it is just wait. Pausing by to update. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Oh, it's in here. Of course, yeah. Of course, it's with the code that I just wrote. That would make sense. That would track. Interesting how it behaved. It seemed like it behaved differently on going into play mode versus coming out of play mode. Yeah. Oh, I also don't know if I mentioned, but with new camera, I'm also in higher frame rate, so that's a thing. I'm looking occasionally to see if things are lagging. It seems like it's fine. Monitor and like the whole live stream was always in 60 FPS, but my webcam used to be in 24 FPS because that's all the webcam can handle. 30 like kind of worked, but like yeah, 60 definitely didn't. So new webcam also means I'm in higher frame rate, so that's cool. Oh wait, oh, you did get your highlighted color. Oh, it's just because it was breaking. Okay. I can live with that. If I decided that I wanted to have like a color tint or whatever, I could do that. I mean, changing it later will be harder to do, but whatever, it's fine. Oh wait, no, I did change these, so... Not copy. I don't want to revert. I want to apply you. Apply. Yep. Okay. So you're being more problematic. You're not necessarily gonna work like how I thought you were. So why is there an is pointer over game? If there's an is pointer over game object, then you know that you're over a game object. You are able to detect that. So just tell me what you're over. This is the thing for this. Come on. I mean, I guess I could, in this case, if we're over, because that was working fine, it seemed, then do some ray casting. I guess that's better than it happening all the time, but it just seems weird to me that it has a built-in Boolean for knowing if it's over a game object, but it doesn't... But that's not good enough to know... Like, I can't extract from that what game object it's over. Just seems a little bizarre. I mean, on pointer input handler, yeah. But this requires the script to be on the game object that is being selected, which makes it more complicated for me in this case. I'd rather all the code be on the one game object if I can do that. If this is an option, I'd like to do it that way. Instead Yeah, fun. What is pointer over game object? Where are you here? Not seeing you. Oh no, well, that's not what I wanted to click. Just, no. Is pointer, oh, wait, how are you not in this? Oh, wait, and you go like dot current, what do you mean no? So, is this in a different version? I'll have a look, a bit more Googling. I don't want to raycast. Yeah, okay, this is being tricky. Okay, I'm seeing like other general solutions for is mouse over any UI. Try to find something more specific. Yeah. And event trigger component to a button. Point to enter. So so that is its own separate thing. I guess it like, yeah, doing it through components would be easier than me writing code. It'd be more likely to work. Event trigger. This is a thing. A new event type on pointer enter. And then this works like this, where I'd have it, blah, call something. Fine. Okay, fine. You win. I'll do it this way. However, I need to. I'm gonna do it with shift clicking, so I can do it all together here. Multi-editing. That's part of it. Are you sure about that? Pointer enter, that is actually what I want. This, call, pause screen. And then I'm gonna need to make a function that's like pointer entered button. Okay, I guess, yeah. I can live with this, I guess. I'll just dump it at the bottom for now. Void, or public for it to, I can see it. Void, something along the lines of mouse entered button. I'm gonna, even though they are like text, I'm gonna call them buttons in this context because they serve the purposes of buttons. They just aren't little, square things. They are text, but they operate like buttons. They fit almost every definition of a button other than appearance. Okay. Mouse entered button. Now, I mean, I could have a function like mouse entered resume, mouse entered restart, blah, 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 blah. But I'm thinking I'm just going to have mouse entered button and then number of button in its own list. Which means I need to set that stuff up manually, but I think that's okay. I can deal with this. This is, yeah. Might be as good enough a solution as I'm going to get without writing more custom things and just unnecessary. Entered button or button number. Okay. Assuming that this works, then I'm just gonna be like, well, actually, one thing I'm gonna do is go active button equals button number. Well, actually, I will have to. I'm gonna write this in sort of comments. I'm gonna be like, like remove red, the reddy purple color, whatever, from previous active button, and then set new active button. Well, I probably shouldn't use the word red, just in case, like, if I change what an active button looks like, I don't want to have to change the comment because of that. Remove active appearance. That's more generic, so that doesn't actually, yeah. Set active appearance on new active button, I guess. So those are things that I'm gonna have to do, which I might be able to easily copy this stuff from. Let me use the case that I know is more. Oh, right. Right, because I also need to copy this in hub world stuff. No, I don't need it here. If we are in the hub world, buttons 2 and 4 just won't be there. So in theory, we can't mouse over them. So I shouldn't have to worry about that in theory. But we copy basically everything else. Because also this part of like setting the locals go to 1, like that's important for the way that the button works. Okay, so blah. This don't need you. In this, the changing the active button, like that's coming from button number, so it doesn't need to be there. Actually, I'm gonna take all this. What's nice as well about my way of doing comments, how they're on their own line. So I will sometimes, with code, for looking clear, okay, I don't have a lot of it here. I'll have some spaces between some chunks sometimes, like this, between this and this. By having a comment, it's like 2-in-1 purposes. Like it works as spacing out the sections, and it is a comment. And it's not having lines that are super long as well. This is my way of commenting code. Okay. I might also, while I'm here, since I should be kind of commenting my code anyway. Yeah. I'm just gonna copy these comments to these places. Yep. Might as well. It's either I do it now or I do it later. Commenting is not as bad if I, doing it in little bits rather than doing it all at once, which is kind of going to happen anyway, but it's going to be slightly less to do later. Ever so slightly less. Also, I think I'm going to erase this up just a tad. Okay. I think it's fine, probably. Okay, almost there. It's about here. I'll just let that be set active button for now. It's fine. Okay, so, is this gonna work all on its own? Other than the actual pressing of buttons? Because, well, on-click might then do the same thing of, actually I might just go ahead and do this. So, mouse clicked button number. At that point, I just have to call what happens when I... just this. Which, actually, I might be able to combine those parts into, like, just one function, like, not have the repeated code. But for now, I will, just temporarily for now. It's fine. So, in theory, at this point, these should be the same, but I'm trying to think of, will they be the same always? In the usual case, they will. If the mouse is on top of a button and then I hit S and then I click the button, I would want, like, then they'll be mismatched and I'll want to prioritize this one. So I'm just going to, I'm going to go, if they are not equal, make them equal. Then, then that equals button number, and it should, just for the appearance of it, it should trigger this sequence of steps. Actually, in that order. This would be very rare, but it's technically a possibility, so I'll count for it. But I don't want this to always happen, otherwise it'll be weird on the usual circumstance. Okay, this might work. We're gonna find out. Okay, so now the setup I have to do on all these buttons is to go, so I have the, oh, weird how you say multi-editing not supported, but you just let me do that. Unless you didn't, unless you actually only happened on one. Oh, you totally worked. Whatever, okay. Oh no, you have, you set to no function. Okay, maybe not. Oh, that's annoying. Fine. Okay. There's not that many buttons. So, button. No object. Pause screen. Actually, I do know that if I can edit the multi-edit the buttons, at least I can do that together. Yes, if I make them all consistent, and then go this, and then ooh no, hold on, something's wrong. I think there's some inconsistencies. Let me still check. Nope. Okay. Add one, please. Thank you. Maybe I should double click the button there. I don't know what happened there. Pause screen, pause UI, mouse clicked button, and then it's going to be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. I do then need to make sure that I set up these numbers properly if I change the order of the buttons, but I can live with that. That shouldn't happen too many times over the course of development of the game, so we're gonna see. Mouse clicked button. So these numbers should match. That would be an inkling that something's going wrong, is if they don't match. Okay. Where are you? Mouse clicked button. 2. And then we'll see if all this works. And then if this works, then we'll go through the tedium that is setting the stuff up on the other buttons. Which, yeah, hopefully won't take too long, but it's just an unnecessary thing that we gotta do. So, we're gonna do it. Okay, not set up right, because as soon as I just enter, oh. Yeah, it's not exactly doing what it's supposed to. This should only be changing button state things. Mouse clicked should be changing that stuff and then calling those. Excuse me? What happened? Did I misclick something? I totally did. How did I do that? Event trigger should be on mouse entered button. Did I really mess that up on all of them? Oh, I guess I did. Weird. Mouse entered button. Entered. I like that I'm not having to type in the number again. Somehow it's just sticking around. Okay. Let's try that again, shall we? Well, oh no, sorry, that's supposed to happen. Never mind, yep, okay. Hey, okay. And then, this is WSD, well, just WNS, but you get what I mean. Okay, and because I'm changing active button, it's, you know, it's working when I'm hitting WNS, it's switching to the right things. Okay, now, I believe one thing is this, yeah, so if I'm on this, and I move away, then that. But if I click it, oh, right, okay. Options button specifically currently does nothing. But if I click it, it still does what it's supposed to anyway, so it's fine. And for like a brief second, it becomes the active button. I could have an event trigger that on mouse down, it'll update the color, but I don't know. This scenario is so rare that's like, is it even worth the time for me to bother with it? Yeah, it's either you mouse over the buttons and they work, or you WASD, and yeah, if I'm like this, let me test this. That, let me test something, a different one, yeah. Quit game doesn't do anything in Unity, because it doesn't close Unity. Yeah, okay, cool. So I think that is behaving how it should be. Awesome. So now I have to live with, like, what work do I have to put in to get all this working on every button? Wait, let me just, try to... Oh, right. In here, on pause screen, override, apply. Okay. So now, the setup I had to do for these buttons, and even the things in code I had to do. Actually, some of the code should look the same. I think what I'll do real quick is just make a void select that is that is just this to combine it. Now this could take input of what button to select, but it's active button a public variable or a well, private global variable. So I'll just let it use active button. That's just easier. Okay. And then this should. Oh, but up. Oh, that. That's good. Let me double check that I did that correctly and I didn't accidentally mess something up and didn't break the buttons. Why? What happened? Did... It went back to what it... What? The event trigger reverted to what it was before, even though they hit the applied prefab. Did I hit revert by mistake? No. I don't... Oh. No, I still don't know. I was gonna say that maybe, like... in the prefab it was applied, but outside the prefab it was like a change. Weird. I'm gonna change this again and then save and then go out of it and then go back into it and see. No, it saved that time. Weird. I don't know. I'll try it one more time and see if it sticks. Maybe I reverted the prefab or something. I don't know. All I know is that it saved the other thing, so hopefully it'll stick to being proper this time around. Yeah, looks correct. It's not like suddenly changing when I'm going to play mode. That'd be strange behavior. Nope, it's back to being proper. Okay, I don't know. Whatever. I'm fine with it. Now, I guess I can double check. How close do I get to the button for it to count? I'm suspecting that it's... Oh. I'm not able to see the... I'm suspecting that it's just matching the dimensions here. So if I want to fine-tune what counts as selecting the button, I would just have to do that. My one worry... I just have to make sure that they all match good enough. I'm fine with some of these being, like, further apart. Like... As long as there's no confusion over, like, oh, I meant to click this button, not that button, then it should be fine. I suppose I could, with that applied, double check that in a level with all 5 buttons that it works. Okay. Even testing kind of the extremes. Yeah. Should be fine. I think I can live with that. And, like, this is such an easy thing to later decide, like, oh, just make this one slightly bigger. Like, it's not that big a deal. So, should be fine. Okay. I also gotta make sure that certain things that aren't supposed to be clickable aren't... Well, actually, it's fine because I'm not just testing everything with the event system anymore, so, yeah, not a problem. Okay, so cool. That's dealt with. Only took an hour and 18 minutes. So now we got to just, unfortunately, do that again with every, not every bit of text, just every button. But it shouldn't be that bad. Oh, well, yeah. So that's going to be setting up the button thing and the a button and the event system thing. Actually, well, yeah, yes. But then also setting up the like in code what we got to do. It should just be copying those functions, so that shouldn't be difficult. If there's one thing that might be an exception, it might have some wonkiness to it. It's gonna be the on the menu where you select a level or the level like info confirmation thing. The left and right normal to hard button thing, because it has the arrows. That might be tricky, but or just be special in some way. We'll see how much that is. But that should just be one exception, I think. Okay. So we'll save the level info screen for last because of that. Objectives UI has nothing clickable, so we can skip it. So we'll go to the fail screen next. And this only has 2 bits of text, so not that much. Okay. Button. You do already have buttons. Okay, yeah, well, okay. So, there, and then, or, hold on. It's gonna be fail screen, the parent game object. Fail UI, and then you're gonna have those same things. So let's go make those real quick. Yeah, I can close some of these. Okay. So select. Well, actually, no, I'll remake select in the other one to match the buttons it has. So blah, and then guess I'm just putting this stuff at the bottom. Blah, and then select. I guess I'll copy this as a starting point. Except it's actually going to just copy whatever this is to be replaced by select. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. So that's you select, that calls select. This stuff should be the same, I think. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I don't think I mentioned, also in my absence, I added more things of music to my playlist of a bajillion different musics from different video games. There's some Mario Kart 8 music now, or every track in the game. I don't think I skipped any. Yeah. Which also means that the total of this entire playlist is 111, or 1,111 videos. I didn't, like, this actually happened by accident, but I like it that way, so. I actually intended, I said I was gonna do this and then never got around to it, was that once I crossed 1,000, at first I was just trying to like have as many different bits of music in the playlist as possible. Well, not within reason, or within certain criteria, I guess. Yeah. Actually, this one almost violates my rule of I try to not have anything that has vocals, but whatever. This is a Mario Kart 8 track, Urchin Underpass, apparently. I don't recognize this immediately, but yeah, I'm sure I would if I played the level. Yeah, anyways, but I was gonna say that once I crossed 1,000, that I would start then cutting some, like cutting out some to just keep the top 1,000 or whatever. Maybe I'll get around to that eventually. Find like, because there's definitely some in this playlist that I'd probably remove. Just get around to it. But, oh well. We'll do it eventually. Yeah, anyway, so that's okay, right, so this, yeah, and then restart text. This needs to just call the clicked, mouse clicked button, 0, and then mouse clicked button, 1. Also different songs in this have like different like kind of bass volumes, so that's just the nature of music, I guess. I was considering if I could look into some way to like have the music from this go through some kind of a filter that gives it that like kind of makes the volume kind of the same, but then that might mess with the music itself. So I don't know. We'll see if I do that. It's fine. Okay. Okay, that's that. Then the, I'll do this individually because it did not seem to like when I did it, together. Event system, new event type, pointer, enter, blah, fail screen, blah, and UI, entered button, remember to click the right one, and that's that. Then, event trigger, new, this, oh, I didn't actually hit plus yet, fail screen, mouse entered button, 1, blah blah. Okay, so, bleh, and apply that. Had something to apply with the text, sure, hopefully that's fine. I don't know if I can do this in this test scene, but we're going to find out if... No, my hacks for making that screen come up are not working in this scene. If I go to any test level, then I think they will. I'm pretty sure I still had the debug buttons. Yeah, I do. Okay. Mouse working. Okay, I'm just kind of testing how close I kind of had to get. I don't know if they should be wider. But it's fine, honestly. Like, no one really is like... Yeah. You go to center a button. If it's like, oh no, I'm at the side and I clicked and it didn't do. Ah, terrible game. Should be fine. And this doesn't break this. Yeah, okay. Good enough. Now we do the same thing to the win screen, which also shouldn't take long. Win screen. Okay, I'll just go straight into modifying the script first. Okay. Just copying from this. I guess I'll just take all of these to start. Blah, same, but then this one changes to match this. Why? Okay, it's fine. Place the contents of this for that. Okay, that should be all for the code. Almost there. Almost. So I can have my logo slightly in frame, even though it's mirrored. But that's fine, because I am mirrored. Okay, what was I doing? Going into here, and then... Let me go into open back. Okay, so, restart text. Button. Why? Wait, you already have... Oh, there's a fail screen, of course, yeah. Like, what do you mean you already have it? Yes. It would make sense. Right, so this one... Yeah, just continue and restart text are the only ones that need it. Yeah, so these totally did just have buttons that I just wasn't doing anything with. Oh, I didn't set up the transitions. I wasn't even looking at that. I'll have to do that. I'll get to it. I guess I'll just add both things at the same time here. Pointer, enter, blah, and then this, and then... Oh, hello! Surik, hi, yo, congrats on the 1 year. Thank you. Yeah, I've been streaming for 1 year now. Very cool. I did, at times get super busy with life things and school and all that, so I had to take some breaks in chunks here and there. But yeah, this is a year ago I started streaming for the first time. So yeah, that's very cool. Unfortunately, that VOD is lost to time because I didn't activate, like, saving the VODs until halfway through that stream, and it was already too late. But that's okay. Yeah. Every VOD after that is saved somewhere, so there's that. Okay. Then system. Also, hello. I am working on a game. Right now we're doing something that's a little bit tedious, so it is how it is sometimes in game development. But yeah. Then we're gonna be moving on to something that'll hopefully be cool and interesting. If I can click the right button, that would be great. This one. These need to be ones. Okay, blah, blah. You're those. These both need to have transition color tint. And I think the defaults were fine, we established. and then blah, and then open, and then these ones I forgot to change this over here, and color tint. Okay, now those should be good. I will go and test those, and then we should have one more that might have a special edge case that'll take some programming to make not be funky, but we're gonna see. That's a nice, good look. Thank you. Yeah. This is a game that right now has a lot of just test levels and test this, test that. I'm in the middle of now planning the demo for this game in fancy schmancy Google Doc stuff. And a lot of stuff that's in my head that still needs to just get onto paper, but it's a work in progress. Have a kind of to-do list that's ish a to-do list. As you can see, a bunch of things that we had done and things to still be done. This one doesn't really count. This is more of a list of potential hazards to make. Those are just like list of possibilities more so. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. But yeah, so it's coming along. It's very cool. Oh, yeah, this. Not again. It did the being the wrong way around. The on enter being on click. Why? Why you anyway? But why you? I swear I clicked the right one. Like, do I keep clicking the wrong one, or is some weird? Oh, one was wrong, one was right. No, this one's wrong the other way around. Some weird, funky stuff is going on here. Okay, weird. Hopefully it's fine. I'm gonna double check the fail one, make sure it's what it should be. Basically, what I'm looking for is, this should say clicked with a 0. This should say entered with a 0. Clicked with a 1, entered with a 1. It's slightly behind my head, slightly behind chat. Yeah. I guess I can show off, if you want, some of what we've actually been doing in this game, other than just my menuing. So, this is the Handyman with a unicycle. We are a guy that will eventually be made into a proper model on a unicycle. This is our hub world, where you would go up to something like this. Wah! Level things. Confirm, cancel. This is test level A. Yeah. If I hit confirm, then the entirety of the hub world does some stuff to now be in that level. Except we're already in this level, so it does nothing. Although if I were to go to this one, the picture is temporary as well. Eventually it'll be a better, nicer picture. It's just meant to be a screenshot of the level. So we actually move away. It's still a little bit of a work in progress. But yeah, then down there is new level. Yeah. Hey, thanks for the follow, Sarek. Yeah, thank you. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you. Woo. Still got it. It was gone for like a week. Still got it. Also, yeah, this is my first stream of having like new webcam, new microphone. Yeah, fancy new things. So yeah, that definitely helps things be more interesting and whatever. Yeah, so then this is us dropping into a level. We use a cannon, then blam, land in the level, and then level goes. In terms of, right now this is just a bunch of the level things that I've made just all in one line. We're now in the process of going to be soon making a real level. I had a bit of a test level before. It is currently not functional, so yeah. Example of a hazard, that's a thing. I can fall off a level and respawn, so that's a thing. Power up that makes me go faster, yeah. Power up that makes me invincible, which I can test with hazard thing. Power up with thing that's over there that will be explained in a second. Actually, I guess one of the main mechanics in this game towards beating the levels is completing that task of objectives, which has to do a lot with repairing stuff. You are a carnival repairman, and you are having to go around a crazy carnival filled with lots of hazards and very dangerous things, and having to fix a bunch of stuff so that you don't get sued. I will come back to that thing. Another cannon that can just, in the level, there can be a cannon that can launch stuff. This cube was a test of launching a thing that wasn't the player out of a cannon, because that's allowed. Hazards. More hazards. These are, like, blinky little, like, yeah. You see what these are. Another type of hazard that moves in a pattern, so that's cool. Cannons, some actual 3D modeling here that isn't just placeholder stuff, so that's cool. And projectiles and all that stuff. The projectile shooter can be moving, the projectile shooter thing can be spinning, and that can lead to cool things. fire as just more messing with, more making hazards, and also this was just me messing with like particle system stuff, or Unity's VFX graph. Moving platforms, and yeah, that's all what's over that way. If I, also pause screen, where just now in this stream we made it so the mouse actually works with this, so that's that. You're really welcome. Thank you, thank you. Oh, got an ad, but I saw your face of excitement, lol. Woo, so you probably said thank you. I very much did. I said it like 10 times, so yeah, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, you seem very cool? Yes, huzzah. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, making a cool game. I'm very much looking forward to how this is going to turn out. I'm looking forward to just, in the next few streams of starting to move from test level territory to making actual game. It's going to be a lot. I'm worried for how good I'll be at level design. Like, I know that level design is something that I kind of struggle with, so I'm hoping that I can kind of get better at it, or, you know, work my way through into making some cool levels. I have a lot of ideas, but just deciding the nitty-gritty of exactly what these levels are gonna turn into. Yeah, stuff that I'm still figuring out. But yeah, so this is the thing, you repair it. This is like a circus ride, like a Ferris wheel, or, you know, other spinny rides. You know, these are placeholders. So yeah, this, fixing rides, getting to objectives. What the heck happened there? That wasn't supposed to happen. So I have a minor idea of what happened. And it's to do with something that we just did, so yeah. Definitely hoping I can play it when you're done. Yeah! If I finish it before I die, then yeah. And one thing I'm doing right now is I have like the full game. I have in mind what I want to make for the full game. Right now I'm making a small chunk of it as a demo. That's going to have 3 levels and whatever main menu stuff in front of it, and like the hub world and whatever connecting stuff in between. But 3 levels is the plan at the moment. So beyond that, I'm gonna, like, I've decided that of the 3, the second one is the one I'm actually going to make first, because reasons. So once that second level is done, that'll be when I release something playable. Probably like, well, so, yeah, somewhere, we'll see. We'll see why that is. But even if the first level done, I'll release something in some aspect for feedback and whatever, yada yada. Once all 3 levels are done and all that, then I'll be releasing, like, proper demo as one big package. And then from there, I'll figure out what I'm doing with the full game after that. So, yeah. But also... Oh, errors. Okay, errors are good in that they indicate that, something is, like, that might be an inkling of why things decide to break. Me launching in the air, one step at a time, yes, it just... Yeah, from my planning here, I got a lot of the steps laid out. Actually, well, there's still so much to add to this. This is not like, when I'm done all this, the game is done. This is, like, I still have so much to add to this. But yeah, there's just a lot of steps, unfortunately. Okay, see, I gotta figure out what happened just now to not... Well, I know roughly what happened. It may have actually been a result of my... I have cheat buttons that when I press the plus button, I automatically can beat the level. Like, that all the stuff going green was because I can beat the level. Because I pressed a button that was a cheat. That may have had to do with why things broke, but me launching in the air was this. As if that continue button got pressed. That's what happened there. Because that's the only thing that can be launching me in the air like that. So I don't know why it suddenly just did anyway. Which is concerning, because in terms of weird, wonky bugs, like, one thing you really do not want to see is bugs that you can't replicate. One thing I do know is that if the continue button shows up around here... Oh wait, what if I can, like, click it off screen or something? Because... Oh, that could be a possibility. Why can't I... You're not letting me change to the game view, and I don't know why that is. Excuse me? Scene view. I can't... Okay, Unity is behaving strangely. Let me... Excuse me? Oh, makes sense? Yeah. Oh, you know what would be cool? Some kind of parkour level. Okay, right now, in this test level, the terrain is very flat. I have some complicated movement stuff set up for slopes, in that you can kind of go down and slope and build up speed, and you can have a wall that actually like curves into being vertical. If you're going fast enough, you do go up that wall. A little bit Sonic-like, just a tiny bit without ripping off of it too much. Could you please operate? Okay. Now it's behaving again? Okay, sure. So there will be a bit of that in a way. I also, yeah, so I'm taking a little bit of inspiration from like skateboarding games in some areas. So yeah, parkour is kind of on the table. I also do want a lot of like getting launched around, like on ramps and cannons and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, that will kind of be a thing. Let me just go over here. Nah. Can you tell me a bit about your stream schedule? What kind of content you usually do? So 90% of my let me hold on 1 second. This is like a lot louder for me than So my stream schedule is unfortunately a bit inconsistent. I kind of just stream when I have the time to. Okay, so this is still a bit broken, and I'm aware of this. Something on my to-do list is to make this work properly. It's gonna take a lot of elbow grease, it's gonna take some work to get that as fully functioning as I want it to be. But you can see like a bit of what I want to have happen. Like, you going up this at high speeds, I actually turn sideways, and the spazzing is ideally not going to happen. But yeah, you go up, down, and you kind of like curve with slopes and all that. So that took some work. But yeah, it's the kind of things that you might be able to do in the game. So that'll be cool. And yeah, going fast enough, ideally, yeah, you could go up a wall like this. Probably not with just your own normal speed. It would be with like a speed boost or something like that. But yeah, so maybe you can implement some momentum with that as well. Ideally, yes, there's a bit of momentum. I guess there could be more. Right now, like, yeah, I'm leaning. When I let go of the button, I am totally moving forward a bit, right? So there is, and I can fall with gravity. So there's some momentum. But yeah, there could maybe be more. It's still a lot of fine tuning to be done. This player controller is already stupidly complicated. Like, I can open it up. Also, so usual content is me working on this game and. Well, as of now, it's usually this. I have sometimes been doing like playing some games and all that. Just like 2 weeks ago, I was playing a horror game on stream. That was fun, but scary. So there's that. Like many months ago when I was in school doing different programming projects, I was often just streaming me working on the programming projects. A lot of them were Unity game things, so I was excused to do that. Fun fact, this game here actually started as a school project. I actually had a different game that I was working on called an abstract adventure, and I stopped working on that game because I was working on that game, then started this game because of a school project, and I like this game so much that idea is being put on the shelf for a bit while I focus on this idea, and I will eventually return to that idea. And so far, this game has already had way more development put into it than that other one, so yeah, that's a thing. But also, player testing, player destroy, player, blah, and so the player stuff is split into a few scripts. This is the most complicated one, the actual movement. So this is physics. Yep, a lot of things, and it's gonna have to get a bit more complicated with more stuff that I have in mind. So yeah, there's still things to be done with this. Also, it needs to be commented. I'm aware of that. I will get to that eventually. But it's good enough for now. I will get to it eventually, but I have other I have a big list of things to working on. And all that. College, university, actually. So I actually just in April, May-ish, whatever. I just graduated university. So yeah, did my 4 years. Now, I actually plan to be going back for a master's, but I'm taking a year off to just take a break from doing school for a decade. And then, yeah, next year I plan to start going for my master's degree. I mean, I have to be accepted and all that first, so it's not a guarantee and all that, but yeah, that's my roadmap of life at the moment. And I'll be continuing to do all this, streaming stuff that I'm doing and all that, but yeah. Oh, you also asked about stream schedule. Unfortunately, I'm, very busy, and I stream. I try to, and other than me getting sick a little bit ago, I've been keeping to this. I try to stream at least once a week. Eventually, I'd like to be streaming more than that. I imagine, especially as I get towards, like, this actually getting close to being done or whatever, I imagine I'll be streaming a lot more to just, like, be getting it done and all that. But, yeah, good luck. Thank you. Yeah. Whoa. Okay, yeah, definitely still some jankiness with this, but it is coming along. Funny thing is that at one point with making this guy, the movement actually was working, and it wasn't buggy at all. It didn't have this fun, it didn't have this nice slope stuff. It was a lot more, complicated, but simpler than it is now. But then I realized that the player was like 3 meters tall, and it was like, oh, oops, scaling, and did stuff to make them more of a normal height in Unity units and all that. But then that kind of broke some of the movement stuff, so I had to rebuild a lot of it, yada, yada, yada. And now it is where it is now, where it has the potential to be conceptually a lot better than it was once I get all the bugs sorted out, which, yeah, it's a work in progress. But yeah, I like how it's turned out so far. I have a lot of plans in mind, because this is a game where you are a guy repairing surface rides, and the idea is that you're gonna be placing these sort of sandbox-ish maps. I don't know if that's the right term for it. Not open world necessarily, but like not linear beginning to end kind of environment. Like, let's say like a square kind of like area where you have all this stuff around you and you're having to multitask to like, oh, I gotta go over here, fix this, go over here, fix this thing now, go over there, fix that thing. And you're trying to like, having to like run around in this big environment, dodging lots of hazards as you're trying to have stuff not break. If too many things break, you get strikes, you get too many strikes, you lose the level. Some levels will have like additional objectives just to spice things up a bit. You may have noticed that in this test level, there was like 5. This won't be the norm. This was me at the moment programming one of every unique type of objective that can exist. I think in most levels, especially at the beginning of the game, there will only be 1. And then eventually some might have 2, and then, we'll go from there. But like, I think like, I imagine that 3 would be like the max. Or, I don't know, we'll see how things actually pan out. But this text will not be usually cluttering up this much of the screen is my main point. So, yeah. But, yeah, so my different types of objectives I have at the moment. The main one, which, the main one is repair rides before they break for a certain amount of time. So this would be like, for 2 minutes, this is only a 10-second timer, for like 2 minutes or so, or whatever amount of time, different rides will start breaking around the map, where they get these health bars and they're slowly decreasing. Except it'll be like, now this one, now this one, now that one, and you gotta just ride around fixing them until the time limit is up. Once the time limit is up, then you gotta just finish repairing the ones that were breaking, and then ta-da, that one's checked off. As well, in case I have some linear levels, there might be a few here and there, especially like the first level, it's going to be a bit of a tutorial. There's just if you get to an objective, like just get to the place can be an objective if I want to have a linear level. Or I could even have like, get to all of these places or whatever. This one is a variant of this that might be in some levels where instead of run around and keep repairing rides until time is up, it's just as soon as the level starts, like 5 rides start breaking. Fix all of them, and then you're done. But they're all like going down together. You gotta fix them all before any of them run out. They're all kind of on the same timer. That's what these are. One use of this that I want to have in my demo is in a submarine, it starts having leaks. And you gotta repair all the leaks before the submarine explodes, I guess, or whatever. So, yeah, also the context can be different. It can be the same objective, but in different contexts, with rides or in a submarine having to repair leaks or, stuff like that. So I'm hoping to be creative with the variety that is going to be. Then this is just collectibles. Just get the collectibles, get the things, just for more variety. And I'm sure there's ways I can, justify it with gameplay. And then this is a third variant of the rides thing, which this would probably be used more in the earlier levels, where it's just, you cannot fail this. It's just get to thing and repair them, and like they don't decrease at all it's basically just like easy, almost like easy mode of the other one a little bit. But I still want that to be its own objective, to kind of mix it in with other ones. And also, this might sound complicated, like, oh, there's too many things, but these wouldn't all be in the same level at the same time. Like, one level where you have one of them going on, one level where you have another one going on, and I would justify it with the story to make it make sense, so it wouldn't be completely random. Like, my example I keep going to is the leaking submarine thing. Like, that, I don't have to explain it as much as you just see leaks, gotta fix them, don't have time run out, and, yeah, so I'm hoping that a lot of this stuff will make way more sense in context without needing to have the big explanations. So yeah, once you've done all the objectives, then there's this like end platform that I'm going to try to have it look way more interesting in the end. This is the equivalent of like the Mario flagpole, a Sonic goal ring, or in Mario getting a star. This is your like end level platform. I considered having just as soon as you're done the last objective, bam, the level wins immediately, but it's way easier on the programming side and controlling some other things. It's just way easier if I force the level to end in a particular place, other than, mainly to have this screen come up. It's way easier for it to be in a controlled environment rather than it potentially be able to happen wherever the player was, because like, what happens if you beat the level while you're in midair, or while getting hit by a hazard, blah, blah, blah. Doing it this way just saves so many headaches and potential for glitches, and yeah, I'm justified in doing it. Yeah, so this level complete screen, it would have more like, celebratory animation and music and, you did the thing, ta-da. Even these screens, I don't know, when I'm actually making more of the full game, we'll see if I decide to change how information is presented, but for now it's fine, does the job. Also, this platform is actually a spring. It's one giant spring, so when you hit continue, it's like spring launches you into the air, and that launches you all the way back to the hub world. So that'll also be cool once it's more better in the art department. So yeah, so that's a lot of how the game, so there's a lot of potential here. I've been making a lot of these, the things that will potentially, things that will eventually be, looking artistically better or whatever, and how we're gonna see a lot of this stuff in the full game. We shall see how all that fleshes out. Also, fail screen, it looks like this. You can go back to the hub. Fancy curtain. Yeah. Also, let me find a thing real quick. I have a thing that handles saving. So I'm gonna cheat for a second and go blah, blah, blah. Yes. Okay, so I've just modified the save data, basically. You have an amazing base. Yeah, I like to think so. I actually, as I said, I had kind of a test level before with the school project, but then I kind of, in changing a lot of stuff, like the character movement, that's currently like not functional. And then I decided that I wanted to basically make all of these, generic things, kind of laying the groundwork, the foundation. And now I'm at the point where we're basically going to be now starting to actually make levels. I'm just having to design them and figure out exactly what they're going to be. So it's a work in progress. But yeah, so also cool thing with the levels is that there's a hard mode. So there's certain criteria that unlocks the hard modes. Long story short, once you've done that, there's this button here to do. So the UI flips. This flipping took so long to get working, but I am so happy with how it looks. It was so much work, but it was worth it. Basically, every level is gonna have this like flipped mode. Well, it's gonna have a hard mode to it. Now, my hope, what I really want to have happen, is that the hard mode won't just be the same but more. It won't just be same level, but that, like, I don't know, taking more damage. Like, it won't just be the same, but like harder, right? In theory, I want to like take some hazards and like replace them for other hazards, so you have to think about the level differently. Maybe I'll change the objective a little bit, or add on to how many there are. Stuff like that. I want like it to, the normal version and the hard version, feel enough like different levels that it's worth doing, I guess. Yeah, so that's it. Even it has their own strikes, has a different title. That's one thing I think will help it stand out, is that each level will have the title of whatever the level's called. The hard mode gets a different name, so that'll, yeah. And then even a different screenshot. Like, right now this looks like just the same thing but mirrored. That's because I just did not take good placeholder screenshots. The hard mode could be a completely different picture. But it'll take the same level as a base, right? It'll be the same general layout. But we'll see how much how much I change things up. Yeah, but that is something on the table for something I want to do. It also gets to double the content of the game. And it's also something to work towards, because you have to unlock the hard mode. Now, in this hub world, I'm planning on you unlock the worlds in chunks, like basically in worlds. So like you have these levels. This is going to be like world 1. Over there is world 2. And when I unlock it over there is like world 3. We'll see how they actually flesh out in the full game, right? Like the full proper hub world's going to be, you know, artistically better. So we'll see how I spread things around, but that's a general idea. Yeah. So when you 100% a world, then you unlock hard mode for everything in that world. That's the way I've decided I want to do it. I think it's kind of unique enough, and I think it's an interesting way of doing it. Yeah. So when you 100% all of World 1, then you unlock hard mode for everything in all of World 1. I don't have fully planned out what happens when you 100% the hard modes. That's still... I want there to be something, I just don't know what that is yet. Other than maybe like... I'd like the game to have cutscenes, so maybe, you know, special end cutscenes, whatever. Yeah, you unlock something, I gotta figure out what that is. Also, when I say 100%ing, so you can beat the level, but I keep track of how many strikes you have. As I said, there's like a 3 strikes you're out kind of rule. Because you can like, you know, repair some of the rides, but like 1 breaks, you get a strike from that, but you can still repair all the others, and you beat the level. And when I say breaks, there's like a breaks beyond repair kind of a deal. It's like, I don't know, you know, smoke coming out of it, or whatever. Like it's, the health bars reach 0, it's broken beyond repair, you get a strike for that. So you can beat the level, but have some strikes, but it's fine because you beat it. Or you can beat it without getting any strikes. You have 3 strikes left, and that's 100%ing the level. So that's replayability and all that stuff. Yeah, and then the hard mode has its own strikes, just because, yeah, sure. And you see, like, in the hub world, you have, like, these level info things. That is how you kind of have hub world go to this level now. You can see the level title in Innocence, and you can even, at a glance, have you 100% the level. Yeah, I think that's a good thing to have. If I want to know what levels I still have to beat, or still have to 100% or whatever, I don't have to, like, go into each one. Like, did I do this one? Okay. Did I do this one? It makes it easy to, yeah, see at a glance. That's cool. Also, boss levels. I really want to have bosses. I really want to make a cool boss. And with the mechanics of this game, yeah, I really look forward to, hopefully this kind of thing turns out well. The idea with level order is, let's say of these 3 levels, World 1 might be an exception because of tutorials and all that, but the general thing for like everything maybe other than World 1 is you unlock all the levels in a world, you can do them in any order. Once you've done all of them, and this is just beating them, then you unlock boss level. Once you do boss level, then you unlock the next world. So yeah, that's the way I plan on doing this. How many levels per world? How many worlds total? I don't know yet. I was thinking that there'd be 5 levels per world plus boss. I don't know. We'll see. I'll figure that out kind of as I'm playing the real game. The demo is just going to have a linear level 1, 2, 3 in that order, and that's it. Actually, level 3 might have some, like, might be a boss. I'm still planning that one. We'll see. It might be kind of a combination of a level and a boss. In a way that I have kind of in mind, that will make sense. Yeah, so the demo is going to be an exception, but the code is already here as a foundation for what will eventually be the real game. The other cool thing is that this hub world that you're on is supposed to be like the airship, like, transportation service that of the traveling carnival. I'm hoping that as you're beating levels, it starts to like flesh out more and more. Like when I unlock World 2, that's now platform over there. Like that's just more hub world to explore. So that's the thing I'm hoping to have be a thing. My cool idea for the hub world is rather than it being one giant airship, it would be like a few ships that are all flying in unison. So that's a thing that I want to do. So ideally, or it might even be like different types of ship. Like here's a plane. Here's like a hot air balloon. Here's a jet, or well, I don't know, something like that. Just different flying vehicles that make sense with the setting or whatever. They're all like circus themed enough. Like they'll be decorated to be circus themed, all flying together, and you kind of platform from ship to ship. That's my idea for this, and hopefully it will be cool. Yeah, I thought you were using Trello. You should mix up Trello with Excalidraw. That's a thing. I can click your link. Ah, this is a something? Oh, this is... oh, it's one of these programs. I've used these before. For making, like, flow diagrams. It's like, oh, here's some code, here's what code do, or part of program, or whatever, and then blah, and then blah, you know, to this block. It's that kind of thing, right? Feeling like it's nice, yes, it's amazing. Yeah, interesting. For planning more, like, systems of things, or whatever. Or even, like, some level things, being like, section 1 then connects here. Using this for, like, a top-down diagram. Yeah, that could be interesting, for sure. But if I click on the moon, it's on bright mode. I can do that. Where is moon? Moon is here. There you go. Well, yeah. I say that, but also, judging by my OBS, I tend to use... Oh, wait, is the... I thought the music was broken for a second. I use light mode for everything, so yeah. I apologize in advance. No. But no, this is interesting, yeah. Yeah, I keep this in mind, and yeah, maybe I will use it. What's with the... I see the top of the top right of the circle is a little bit strange, but that's fine, I guess. Yeah. Cool, though. I have had to use programs like this plenty of times. I think I have an example so I can show on hand. I don't think I do, or it would take too much time to, like, dig up, so never mind on that. But yeah. Oh no, not the knives. Yeah, I'm crazy for using light mode? Yes, indeed. Well, funny thing is, literally today when I was setting up OBS stuff, so OBS had an update that kind of changed how some of the UI looked. Me setting it to light mode is like slightly more light on myself. So I put it in light mode, so it's literally just slightly more light, because I don't have like a proper like lighting setup or ring light or whatever. I'm planning on getting some of that stuff soon-ish maybe, but it's still a work in progress. So yeah, slowly improving my setup and all that. Poor eyes? Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know. It's usually more of a problem when you're, like, in the dark just looking at bright screens. That's more so when it's a problem with your eyes. I'm not really doing that, so... I don't know. Yeah. Anyways. But yeah, so this is, as my kind of recap of my game. Now, what I don't know... in this playing around, I didn't recreate that bug that happened before, which is a little concerning. But it happened after I had pressed some of my debug mess with the game buttons. So there's a small chance that that has to do with what caused it, in which case it's not a problem. But I don't know. It seemed like my, actually I did this to recreate the events. I think I did the thing so the level was complete. I didn't actually complete the level. I hit restart. And then I went over here. Just letting you know I can't hear you. Oh no! Oh, ads. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm just gonna go forward with messing with this. Yeah. Okay, so... Yeah. Yeah. Okay, what was I doing? Yeah, I'm trying to recreate this bug, which had to do with, I don't know what caused it. It's something, where's my, like, to make sure my mouse is in frame here, yeah. I'm just gonna spam spacebar and left click because I'm thinking it's something along the lines of accidentally activating a menu option prematurely caused it. I might just have to, like, hope that it's fixed until I see that it's not. Actually, I do know one thing that is a potential issue of if I press a... Oh. Yeah, or if I press a button, but then, oh no, the mouse kind of goes away, so it's fine. I was gonna say that if I press a button while it's sliding on the screen, but I don't think I can do that because I hide the mouse. I think that's fine. Also, I think I have code that kind of won't work if it's done again anyway. I have to see, but hopefully that's fine. All right, I'm just gonna continue and hope that that's like until the problem shows up a second time. I'm not gonna worry about it. Hopefully, because I can't seem to recreate it. Oh, yeah. One nice thing with having the VODs is I could potentially look back at the VOD to see exactly more of the recreating my steps. But either way, for now, let's see, what else was I doing? I had just finished setting up the menu thing of being able to W and S up and down the buttons and mouse click on them at the same time. I did that with the pause screen, the win UI, and the fail UI. I have one more piece of UI to do that to, and it's the going into a level, or it's the level information. It's these three buttons. They're the last ones to mess with. We're gonna see how that do. I'm back. Hello. Yeah. I was just rambling about. I can't recreate the bug, so I'm going to go back to what I was doing, and if it shows up again, then I'll deal with it. But I was trying, and I couldn't seem to recreate it, so hopefully it's fine. It did occur after I had pressed one of my debug buttons, so that could have had to do with the cause of unexpected behavior. It's a theory. So I'm going to go back to just finishing up the thing I was doing, which was my buttons, getting them to work with W and S, and with mouse clicking on them. It was like 90% done. Or it's working on the pause screen, the win UI, and the fail UI. I just need to have it now, like the last bit of UI I have to work with is the, when I'm in the hub world and I look at a level and I get these three buttons, I just gotta make them work. So, let's do that. Okay, so button, this. Oh, wait, pause button. So this one is actually, might be slightly tricky because it has like a special rule that doesn't exist with the other buttons. So we're gonna see how that works. Actually, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how much it is a problem. It's gonna be a problem. First, I'll just do the steps that I've done a few times that I know to do. So this script, or like these functions that are behaving the same way. When the mouse enters a button, when the mouse is clicking one of these buttons, and then this select thing that was my way of grouping up. Where was it? This guy. Select. Into one function. Yeah, okay, blah. And you're being replaced for that. Okay, so I'm gonna see how it works just with that, but for the left-right arrows, I might have to do funky stuff. We're gonna see. Actually, no, I 100% will, otherwise the arrows won't change right, but I'll get to that in a sec. I'll just do that like an if case, or if active button is 0. Which I can probably copy from where I have that in the other place. Okay, so, difficulty set next. Button. Level info screen. Blah. Level info UI. Mouse. Clicked button, 0. And then event trigger. Okay, then add type. Enter. Add this. And level info screen. And then make sure it's entered button. This one is on mouse clicked button. This one is set to mouse entered button. Both at 0. Okay. I just gotta do that 2 more times. And then we might be done with this. And then I figure out what it is I'm doing next. Level info UI, mouse click button, and then blah, and the trigger, blah, this, blah. And I apologize for the tedium. As I said, it just sometimes is what you gotta do as a game developer. I specifically, when we got to the point of having this solution, I was looking into, different ways to basically be doing what's working here as a solution and having it not be super tedious. And yeah, there were alternatives that were way more tedious than this one. So I'm fine with this compared to what my alternatives were. This at 2, blah, event trigger, and blah, and then this, and then that. And what's annoying is that I can't shift, I couldn't shift and do this on all these. Well, I could on the button, not on the event trigger. For some reason, it does not like multi-object editing. Don't know why, but it doesn't. Okay, clicked, enter. Let me confirm that they're correct. Or, wait, hold on, wait. Yeah, clicked, entered, clicked, entered, clicked, entered. Okay, they are set to the correct things. So please don't randomly have it, like, undo, because that's kind of happening and it was weird. Let me just go in and apply the prefabs. Hold on, this. I have to find the thing again. Over here. I had to up here this apply, go in. I want all this to be applied how it should be. Even on these, if they're not already. Okay. Double check that you're good and didn't mysteriously change like you, like it seemed like it did before, but no, I guess it was just my misclicking. All right, to test that, I need to be in the hub world. Because that's what that UI is for. Just a yeah, okay. I'll go study, bro. It was nice meeting you. Yeah, you too, Sarek. Hope you enjoyed. Yeah, cool things that I'm making. And yeah, good luck with your game. Thank you. Thanks for dropping by. And yeah, best luck to you. You have a Discord server? Yes, I do. And you can type !Discord, I think it is, to get the link to that. I also have a YouTube channel that I have not posted to in a while. It's on my to-do list. I've just been busy. I've made like development logs on stuff I've been working on beyond this game. Actually, my next video I'm going to be making is probably going to be the next development log on this. I've made some tutorials. My best one is this submarine tutorial that I made that took, was it 7 months, technically? 7 months between day I started it, day I uploaded it to YouTube. But, like, that's not pure 7 months of work, but it was a lot of work. Easily my best video, thing I'm most proud of with all that, so yeah. Oh, okay, also, during that time, I did all this rebranding with my YouTube stuff, making, like, my new logo, my new, like, banner, yeah, actually, it's on my to-do list, and I might be revamping that a little bit as well. That was made in Blender. I want to experiment with taking all of that, putting it in Unity, and then might make a version 2.0 of it, where actually using some Unity stuff to make an animation out of it, and make use of, like, rigid body things and, like, things that I can do in Unity as a Unity programmer now. That's an idea. We'll see how much that actually fleshes out. But, yeah. Because that, like, banner is part of, or like the zoomed in of that is my logo. It's part of like a little 5-second animation that's the beginning of my more recent YouTube videos, and a 20-second animation that's at the end of them. Yeah, that was a thing that I made completely myself. So, yeah, it took a while. And how that model looks of the human is roughly like in the same ballpark of what the characters in this game are gonna look like. Probably. We'll see. We'll see how that actually pans out. But yeah, so that's stuff that I've done. Yeah, so that's that. Anyways, thank you for dropping by, and hey, I'll see you around and all that. In the meantime, I'm gonna continue working on this game. Yeah, okay, so this is what I suspected. So, okay, yeah, this part's all working. If I click this, it flips. That's working. That's good. I can't click it while it's mid-flight. Okay, so the one thing that doesn't change is the arrow. But if I... Okay, yeah, I suspected this. Clicking where the arrow is not changing it over, which isn't the end of the world. Oh, that was from a quick double-click. I can live with it. I think, yeah, okay, so it looks like I actually can click the button mid-flight. But that's if you double-click in, like, this perfect spot. I'm fine with that. See you next stream? Alright, see you, Sarek. Thank you for dropping by, and thanks for the follow, and thanks for, yeah, all that. Okay, so I need this arrow to be correct color. But also, I want to just have a look at the how wide it is. To see if I have to give the arrow its own little button thing, or if I can just have the sort of bounding box, I think is the word in this case. I know bounding box is a thing. I don't know if that's what you'd call it in this context. Putting a bounding box so wide that it just covers the space of the arrows would be the easiest solution. So, okay, blah, canvas, level info, right, this, buttons pivot, not you, you're correct, okay, blah. Okay, so my theory goes out the window where, this thing is really wide, but it doesn't count for clicking on this. Okay. So somehow it does actually work based on the... I don't know what box it uses for calculating this. Let me just pause this. Yeah, so it's box of the canvas and the thing with the Text Mesh Pro stuff. Let me have a quick glance at if there's any settings that have to do with anything that could be of help. To just, like, but I don't have to code it. Myself? Nope. Looks like I'm on my own. Oh, I didn't set up the transitions. I'll do that. Okay, so... Yeah. Oh, then... Oh, that's gonna get... tricky. Actually... I'm gonna have a look at something. Okay, so let me go into the prefab here. First, let me just set up the transition. That's something I need to do regardless. Okay, blah. This. Okay, button. Color tint. You get your defaults. Trying to think of how, I don't know, how, if there's any like tricks I can do, because my worry a little bit, oh actually I don't want to go into play mode here. My worry a little bit is if like clicking the arrow, just the arrow is gonna tint and not the text that says normal. Oh interesting. Okay, wait, so okay, getting close to this trigger is actually pretty early. Oh, maybe trigger like this goes off of the box. Wait, what? Weird. You know what? Okay. You know what? Let me just steal the thing here that deals with the arrows. That should be up. I might be able to do it in a way that's like close enough, good enough that I can just move on. Button is 0, so this is. Well, I have it if it's 0 here, and if it's 0. Wait. What activates the arrows? If I hit... This is what, yeah, if it's 0, then blah. This should have minus. Oh, no, I do have that. Okay. No, it is there. Okay, got it. So that needs to be part of... I'm just realizing that literally this and this are the same. I might as well copy it. I could do it in all of them, so I might do that. But then also in here, I need the special if statement part of it, and I need it before and after with the way that this works. I think literally the code is the same, but it being before I change this and after is important. Wait, no, sorry, it's not exactly the same. Materials that are used are are different ones. It's this where it's selected, because there's default and all this, and then there's selected all this. They're different. But I'm also gonna go and do this. Might as well. It's, yeah, quick and easy. And does shorten how many lines these things are. Okay. Efficiency, yeah. Might even be able to combine that part into... No, the above thing has special stuff for if it needs to wrap around, so it doesn't quite translate. Yeah, we'll see. But, okay, so that changes. So visually, well, all right, no, you'd always work with this. This, okay, that works. Just, okay, I'm fine with that. I can live with just the, like, you don't notice that. Nobody notices that. Wait, I did have before, though, didn't I? Wait, does this have a darker tint? I thought that didn't actually save, and... So this does have a... Yeah, this actually does tint a bit when I hover over it, and then tints more when I click it. I would like it to be consistent, so I'm going to have to quickly go through and adjust that. Fine, okay. So that should be... That's easy. So it looks like it's working programmatically. So I just need to copy that one field. And then we can move on. So, yeah. Okay, right. Actually, let me start with grabbing the one. Yeah, you did change. So I can just grab the... I think actually this doesn't need to tint as much. So let's go 80, let's call it. All C's. C for Cyberchroma. Oh, yeah. Except it was a lot of C, so it's a lot of Cyberchroma. I guess I'll... Actually, this I can shift select. So I will do that. Okay, and then I guess just going down here. Let's pivot. All these. Yeah, that's better. Objectives UI doesn't have anything for this. Then these, only the ones that are actually buttons and not the title part of it. So I can skip that. Well, not skip it, it just doesn't need to be done. Okay, then just continue and restart here. Yeah. Make sure I'm editing the right field. Cool. I would like to apply all these prefabs. All that really matters is that the parent, this parent player don't destroy, like that needs to be applied. It can't have anything not applied. Otherwise, this doesn't, it won't like translate over. It's gonna apply everything. Should be fine. In theory. In principle. Actually, at this point, let's just double check that. Everything here should be applied. If it's not, then it should be. Okay. Let's just go and test that stuff. Let's test everything with the UI. Double check that it's just nah. Cool. And I could change, things later. We'll see, but for now, it's fine. You tint a little bit. Wait. Why is normal? Confirm is tinting. Oh, no, wait, now you're tinting. What was that? I don't know why you weren't. It could be because if I'm clicked out of Unity, it's not going to do anything, but it looked like it wasn't. I don't know, whatever. It's fine. It seems like it's fine. No, it's definitely not tinting right now. I had to, like, click elsewhere. Oh, because it's, like, considered the active button or whatever. That only applies to the normal and hard UI thing. So you know what? It's also fine. Like, it's such an edge case of an edge case that it's not like a bug like the player launching across the map with like the thing that we saw before. It does the buttons tint slightly. Tint when you hover over. It does tint when you click it. Yeah, it's fine. And it's if you use the mouse. If you're using a controller or the keyboard, then it's a non-issue. Let me double check though, now that's on my mind, that the normal to hard button works with like mouse and then keyboarding it. Yeah. Just making sure it works both ways. Yeah. And I went, with my mouse on top of this, I went down and hit left and right, and it didn't trigger, so that's good. Yeah. I don't have to actually care about, the arrows is just a, like a visual thing, pretty much. I don't have to care about it actually being like left and right, necessarily. Well, actually, in this, if you have to press A for it to go this way and D for it to go that way, but it's essentially a toggle. You can hit space and it toggles, so. Yeah. I don't know if I'll, maybe, like, one way to restrict this would be that you can't click it again. Like, there's some delay on being able to press it again, but I could do that. Let me just have a quick glimpse into how hard that would be to set up. Update. Not even the right function. This toggle difficulty button, or difficulty toggle button, whatever. It would be somewhere in here. Or don't I actually have? Wait, flipping coroutine. Right. I do set can select as false. Wait, what sets this out of in here? What sets this to true? Wait to allow continue. Oh, that's a. Hold on here. I think that actually this should be wrapped in a if can select. And I know why this had a different purpose. It's for when the UI initially comes up. There's like this tiny delay of being able to press that. Hopefully 0.2 is like close enough. I don't need it to be perfect. I don't want it to be too long. I would rather it be slightly too short than too long in this case. Because too long, then it's just like, I'm pressing the button, but it's not doing anything. Yeah. Problems. I'm just curious of, okay, where else this is used. You use there. You're used on, what? Wait, if you're there and you're being set to false, then you should be, this shouldn't be going through. So it actually shouldn't, it should be working, and I don't know why it's not. Like, 0.2 seconds isn't that long, but it's long enough, I think, that me spamming the, well, or, I don't know, maybe it actually is. Also, actually, it's worth mentioning that clicking the button with the mouse actually is going to bypass that entirely. I might, thinking. I might wrap all this in an if can select, like have it makes it double, but it's necessary for the mouse part of it to work. So I don't need it here. Where was that function? I don't need it here and here. Excuse me. Oh, if I do this, it'll fix itself. Okay. I will just see if I want to do the same deal on these, or I do if that variable is there. I don't have these variables here. That's fine. I think I might have. I'm not checking, but I'm not gonna worry about there. Yeah, it's fine. Level info UI. Level info U. What? Level info. I can't. Words. Level info UI is the one that more so matters. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. It's a minor thing, and it doesn't like it. Yeah. It's if I'm spamming this button. Excuse me. Was that not in? I may not have been in test level A, so it went to load to it. Okay. Wait. That's not supposed to happen. Oh, that's not supposed to happen. What? Was it? Oh, you know what? You know what's happening? It's as it's flying across the screen, my mouse is hitting the confirm button as it's flying across. That probably shouldn't happen. So, yeah, while the buttons are in motion, I shouldn't even be able to go into them. Fine. Okay. Okay. Where's that? To allow, continue. Delay equals 0.2 f as a default, but then I can put it to something else. So that wherever else it is in the code, I don't need to change. But this wait like 1 second, but then have can select being false, affect even being able to have the mouse change the buttons. So even in this, should be fine. Although if you click where a button is, it'll change color where the mouse is anyway. So if you click the mouse as the buttons are flying across the screen, you click that button, it changes. I'm fine with that. If you click it, it changes color. That is, I don't know, maybe or maybe not. Or maybe not. But okay. Notice I'm spamming the spacebar to see like how long the second is. That is too long. Basically once it hits the other side, that's when it should stop. Even if it was slightly before, I'd be fine with that. So that's one. Actually, you know what? I will. Mouse click button if can select and all that. And then where is UI? Difficulty toggle button. This. Something like that, and yep. See if that works. If it's slightly too low, then that's fine with me. It's still too high. Like, if I'm spamming the space bar, the second it hits the other side, it should be coming over. Well, I suppose I could time it, like, when a coroutine is up, then it undoes. But nah, I'd rather just get it to be close enough with a timer. Because I'm fine with it actually being times up slightly before it hits the other side. It doesn't have to be on the exact frame that it does. Okay. Deciding. Call me crazy, but I'm gonna go down to 0.45. Ever so slightly faster. This only affects the speed. Four even. Really? 0.4. Let's try that. Possibly. Let's see how that goes. This, and yeah. Okay. I'm fine with that. It's slightly too, like, it's slightly below, which I prefer. I prefer being slightly below than slightly, because that's only a problem if I'm spamming the space bar like I am now, which is fine. You really need to, if I hit this and you're like, wait, no, go back, I'm fine with that being snappy. Yeah, okay. So that's that. Yes. Okay. Cool. With that done, I say on our Trello, allow mouse click on buttons. Thing I've been putting off since, like, we started the game, basically. I move that into done. Yeah. Woo. I will just add also here, planning demo. That is technically in progress overall. Although, a lot of these kind of aren't at, whatever, it's fine. I'll deal with that later. So now, what is next? I'm experimenting with level planning. Yeah, it's like the time has come. I don't know if I'm... Let me close some of my tabs when I was Googling things earlier. Yeah, so... Level planning. I don't know if I'm at a point where I'm ready to be actually fully building the submarine level. I still feel like I kind of have more to think about, more to plan and all that, but... what time is it? 9:47. And I can also, a quick glance at any other things that I'd rather want to do right now. Player movement walls, I'm not ready for that. No, I need to put aside like an entire full day to mess with the physics that is the player movement. This is not happening yet. This will happen when we have more artsy things, I'm thinking. Or like a real level. That's going to affect a lot of that. This is a hope that eventually I find a fix for a minor graphical bug, which I don't have a fix for, and I'm not going to invest the time into that just yet. This is an overall thing. I might also wait on a little bit for real level purposes. That's a maybe. So, one thing I could do, at the very least, I have, these scenes. I still have the old demo stuff. I'm not gonna delete this stuff just yet. I do have, you can see some of this stuff. Oh, this was the animation things I was messing with that one time. Our very first hub world. Level 1, our OG test level. We were in this place for a while. Yeah, I look forward to... We're basically going to soon have this kind of thing again, but for realsies, for real level purposes, which I'm looking forward to. I'm hoping that'll turn out well, because I've said before that I wouldn't say that even this test level really fully orchestrated or gave the full scope of what I really... This doesn't fully, properly represent what I want out of the real game levels. It has some major flaws with it that, in theory, real levels wouldn't have. Mainly, this is too sandboxy, and there are too few hazards. I'm going to say that basically, it is basically going to be a unspoken rule that between any two rides, there is at least one obstacle. It doesn't have to be a hazard. It could be a slope, a tightrope, a ramp, with a speed boost thing, stuff like some obstacle between any two rides. You wouldn't have this space like this. That's kind of good, but I mean, even then, this was just a simple you touch this and you get hurt hazard. There's not much. This just avoiding. With real hazards, we have more things. It's more complicated to avoid in theory, right? Like our electrical floors that go in the patterns, or the projectiles you gotta go at the right time, that kind of thing. We had this when I was also doing some experimenting with things. And then we have our old, for my school project, the tutorial that I whipped up. Yeah, funsies. I'm still not 100% sure, still trying to figure out the degree of, with building these levels, sort of what percentage of it is happening in Blender and what percentage of it is happening in Unity. To a degree. I think different levels, that'll be more or less in one direction. Mainly when it comes to, big terrain like this versus things like buildings, or, I don't know, different. Yeah, I know. That's stuff we're going to be figuring out. One thing that I've learned was looking at some Unity optimization, make your game run faster kind of things, is that, reducing the amount of draw calls being a really good thing that you want to do. And, two main ways of doing that is just, one, in some of my Blender files, not having, joining more meshes than I have been up to this point. basically not having as much, here's, you know, this speed boost that is 4 arrows. That's, I mean, they're cubes, so it's not as bad, but that's 4, and actually, I think this wasn't a Blender thing, I don't think, or maybe it was. I think because this being a placeholder kind of thing, I may have just made this in Unity. I don't remember off the top of my head. Anyways, actually, if these are all Unity default cubes, they are, then yeah, I would have done this in Unity. But yeah, this speed boost being 4 objects, if instead it was just 1 Blender mesh file, 1 mesh renderer, that's way better on performance. And then also, instead of having all these different materials, well, this just has 2, you know, combining more stuff into just 1 material with textures and all that. I don't use textures that much, but this is gonna make me have to. In this context, texturing will be very simple to do. It's just a matter of doing it. That's 2 big things that would help performance a lot. I remember back when I was making that tag game for the school project thing that I also want to continue at some point. That also needs a better name than Ultra Tag. It'll get a better name eventually when I figure out more what I'm doing with it. That the players that were running it around in that were very not good in performance. And part of that was because they had a bunch of different materials and a bunch of different objects all in the one player. So one thing that I want to do probably is to, even on something like a player that, you know, bends, try to combine materials and combine objects where I can. That's definitely something that's worth doing. Yeah. And if I am going to merge objects, it might be good to, like, keep some backups maybe before I merge a bunch of game objects together. Although, merging game objects, or merging objects in Blender, they're still under the hood in the edit mode. They're still kind of detached and it's easy to separate, but still. Yeah, that's just thinking that I've been doing it. Yeah, we'll see how much that gets applied to the real demo. So I think now's a good time that we're going to make a folder called Demo that is going to, in theory, be all the scenes of this demo I want to make. Now, I could make every scene right now, but I'm probably not going to do that. It would, in theory, be, well, the real hub world, right? Like, I'll probably keep around the test scenes for now, just because, to not, like, completely break them yet. We'll see how much, you know, that changes when I start, like, doing more polishing or whatever comes with making the submarine thing. But, or like the, you know, first real level. But yeah, so we're gonna do 3 scenes for the 3 main levels. The hub world, and main menu, maybe. Possibly. There's a chance that the main menu... Now, I was gonna say there's a chance the main menu might be incorporated into the hub world, because of the way that I'm gonna be doing my main menu in a cool way. In the main menu, the hub world will be a loaded scene to very quickly transition from main menu to hub world. Also, not only that, but graphically, the main menu is going to have the actual hub world in the distance. So, or at least like the models of it, it might be like a lower poly model than, or I don't know, it might just literally be the exact, like, it's the hub world scene in the distance. When you hit continue game or whatever, the camera just pans over to it and then you're playing. That would be really cool. So we'll see, you know, how that ends up. But because of that, I can, on launching the game, load the hub world scene. So I don't need to load it from in the main menu. Well, you know, stuff like that. We'll see. Or I could be loading it dynamically as intro cutscene stuff is going on in the background, you know, stuff like that. We'll see. But so, for now, let's just say the actual main menu is its own scene, just because, I mean, I might have the 2 scenes loaded, like, there'll be 2 scenes loaded at the same time, but yeah, I don't need to have the main menu code-related things, you know, up and running at all times, right? So that doesn't need anything. So yeah, scene for the main menu, scene for the 3 levels, scene for the hub world, and I'm still trying to figure out, I don't know entirely what I'm doing with cutscenes. Cutscenes might be, you know, part of level scenes that are already there. Or cutscenes might somehow be in their own scenes, and somehow I mesh that together nicely. Almost, it might be better if they are part of their own scenes, so that if I'm loading level 2, you know, when we're in the middle of level 2, all the cutscene stuff that isn't running right now doesn't necessarily need to be all loaded. or whatever. It would help, you know, separate instead of one massive scene. It would help separate things to make loading better, in theory. So I don't know entirely yet what we're gonna do with that. I'll figure that out as we do it. Now for minor cutscenes, like take control away from the player for like 2 seconds, pan over to this thing, have one line of dialogue, and then pan back. Like that's fine being part of the level just inherently or whatever. I'm talking about like proper like cinematics that I would like to have to some degree. We'll see how much it actually happens, but yeah. So that's stuff I'm thinking of. So yeah, let's say, and the first, as far as like making the first real level, I'm actually going to start by duplicating test level A, and it's going to become our submarine level demo. Wondering also if now would be a good time to duplicate the hub world and actually separate, like, so hub world in our test environment for now, leave it as like a, because, well, actually one thing I do know is that we are going to be, the hub world could have this sort of custom way that it is for the demo that's not going to be in the real game, because with the whole having worlds and you beat, like, every level in a world and you unlock the next, and like that whole system, the demo's not going to work that way, because the demo's just 3 levels. It's just going to be, you have level 1, you beat it, you unlock level 2, you beat level 2, you unlock level 3, you beat the game. So it's going to be, it might have to have some special programming for its condensed way that it is. Yeah, so so the demo hub world will probably have to be separate from what will eventually be full game real hub world, right? So in demo, we're going to call this, I could call this level 2. Like the scenes, like this is just the scene names. Either my naming scheme is going level 1, 2, 3, whatever. I would kind of like to, you know, not just refer to these as levels 1, 2, 3. Like it's the submarine level. It's you know, having more of the personality of what the level is. One, it'd be easier to keep track of. Like, oh, I want to find the submarine level. Where is that? There it is. As opposed to being like, the submarine level, is that, we're pretending we had like 50 levels. Is that level 47 or level 27? Blah, blah, blah. Just I name it, like, I want the submarine one. Now, the levels are going to have titles, but the titles might have, like, punctuation and all that in them. I don't think I want the scene names to have, like, punctuation, like exclamation marks or question marks or whatever, or commas. So yeah, I don't think the scene names will necessarily have to match the level titles. So we're just going to call this submarine level. Not only that, but I think also I'm gonna, actually no. Maybe for the real game, I'll have a scene, or I'll have a folder called levels. For the demo, as we said, it's gonna be like 5 scenes. It's fine just being all in one thing. So, submarine level. Oh wait, actually hold on, I want to, yeah, no, you don't have space, good. And then also we're going to kind of snapshot the Sky Hub. So this is, you know, how it was for our testing things. We're going to now go over to, now this will be the version that is for the demo. I'm actually going to even, for this it's going to get demo in the name of it, because it's the demo Sky Hub. I still don't have fully settled like what I'm actually going to call the hub world, other than it's a bunch of airships in the sky that is the carnival transportation thing. Ideally, it has a classier name than that. I want it to be something that, like, in universe, the, well, one, the characters would call it, and also, Mr. Avion, the guy, the business guy who made the whole carnival, like, what would he call this? And that, like, he's made this, it's whatever he named it, so, yeah. Which, I mean, his carnival's an acronym, so maybe this could also be some acronym, but, I don't know, we'll see. I don't know how much I want to rely on acronyms, because, well, I mean, there's no immediate plans for me to do localization and have different languages, but, you know, in theory, if it's something I want to think about, acronyms don't really translate well with that. I mean, it's the Pay Us Carnival. Without, if you don't think, well, an acronym doesn't have to translate. It can, you know, like, be a bunch of random letters. You're just like, it's an acronym, it's whatever. If you know what it stands for, then it's fine, I guess. In the context of this, it was going to be the Pay Us Carnival, you know, give us money. But it was all going to be one word, so P-A-Y-U-S as one word. Well, I had 2 ideas for it. Either it was going to be, like, Pay Us Carnival as one word, or I would have some other letter here. Like, I don't know what it is, right? But in the signage, this letter would be super faded. So it says Pay Us. But it would be more subtle that way or something. So, I don't know. We'll see. And it stands for the Peter Avion, the guy's name, Peter Avion's Yesteryear Universally Shifting Carnival. So it's the Pay Us Carnival. Carnival isn't part of the acronym because it doesn't end with a C. Yeah, that's my current idea. I don't know. We'll see how much that actually sticks. And then the main antagonist is also an acronym. It's the Safety Corporation, which I haven't looked at what that stands for in so long that I don't actually remember what it stands for. Although I do have it written down, so I can find out in like 2 seconds. It's actually slightly more narrow than that. Because reasons. It's, if you enter like with the government, there's like the division of the government that has to do with safety. So it's the safety division or whatever. But then there's of this safety corporation, there's a division of it that's like for entertainment things like carnivals or movie theaters or I don't know, entertainment-y things like it. So it's the entertainment division of the safety corporation, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. Yes, because it can be. So let me just have a quick glimpse if I can find. I know I have it somewhere. This one? The initial, what I submitted with, when I was coming up with, this whole game concept as a whole, before I even, started making it. This is the safety, the Pay Us Carnival, yeah. Yesteryear doesn't fully make sense in here, because it's actually meant to be slightly more futuristic, because, if I'm going to have flying, like, moving platforms and all that, and yeah. But I just needed a Y word, so we'll see if that ends up changing. Also, some of this does not match up with what we have now, but that's a good thing. That's okay. This isn't even, or no, yeah, okay. I just want to have a quick glimpse if I can find. I thought I mentioned it early on. Also, I don't know if the guy will actually look like this. This was a potential thing at the time. There it is. Yeah. The Union of Clowns, known as the Splendid Advisors Fetching Excellence Towards You. That was very much just trying to come up with words to fit the letters. Actually, it used to be something different. That was more generic. But yeah, it changed to this. So, it's the Safety Corporation Entertainment Division. Which, this could be an acronym in of itself. The SCE, I don't know. Skid. I don't know. Scared. No, but yeah, so it's, yeah, that's that. We'll see if this changes as well. Anyways, yeah. Oh, this was, so up to here, that's what I submitted for the school thing. Then when I was planning this more beyond it, then this was what eventually, I guess, became my Trello board, in a way. I forgot this was here. Yeah, anyways, that's fun. Interesting to look back on. Yeah, okay, so I was rambling about that for some reason. Oh yeah, I was talking about just acronym stuff. Whatever, it's fine as it is for now. Okay, so demo, Sky Hub, and submarine level. So I guess because this will be a really easy thing to do, I can start by just setting up the 3 levels, because I know that there's going to be just 3 level entrances. I'm trying to think of a way, like, so in order to not have to write specialty code, there's actually, oh no, it won't work that way, will it? No. Ooh. I'll have to write a bit of specialty code, but not much. I think I have a way that I can pull off, so the world system that we have, if I just make it so that there's 1 level in each world, that would almost work, except for the boss fight requirement thing. But if I just have some if statement that if the world only has 1 level in it, just do special things there, it might be just good enough to make it work without it having to write a whole bunch of extra code. So right now we're also gonna go like level 1, 2, 3. I think that's fair. Okay. Level maps. Blah blah blah. Oh boy. Okay. So world 1. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get away with just deleting all these. Level activate A. This is test level A. Yeah. Okay. And then fine with I'll fill in the names later. Then over here we'll have this one. So this is where the submarine level entrance is going to be. And also, yeah, we're going to change how this looks when we, when we're actually making it, how it is graphically, whatever. This is going to change, but it's, good enough for now. Kind of a deal. Okay. Yeah, you're in a good spot. Okay. Okay, I'll quickly go and, I'll change what the names are saying. So, I don't know if I want to actually put, like, some editor code where this name is always copying whatever this is. So if I change it here, it changes it there, but whatever, it's fine. So, for now, I'm just gonna call these what I've called them in my notes here. So, forest on the cliff side. Hard mode, I have no idea yet. Like, what I would like to have out of the hard mode titles is we'd like some similar wording or maybe some similar alliteration, but something it changed about the title to make it seem, more difficult or whatever. Like, I don't know. And some of what the title comes from would also maybe, have to do with what's actually in the level. Like, if one major change in this is that I replace some hazard for there's a whole bunch of electrical hazards now. That's something that emphasize electricity in the name of the title or something. There's options. There's like stuff like that I could do. Or maybe now there's more water everywhere, then it could be swamp on the cliffside or whatever, right? Possibilities. But a lot of that will come. I think the titles will hopefully be easier to come up with the actual level. I'm trying to think of some hypotheticals, right? But I think when I can take a level and I can look at it and be like, okay, what's a good title I could describe this level and maybe be a pun or, whatever. I really like forest on the different word that ends with side or something. I don't know. Forest on the landslide, because I don't know, they have a bunch of falling stuff, maybe, that kind of thing. But for now, we're just gonna go hard mode. It's good enough for now. I'll come up with it later. This actual scene names, I'll get to that when I get to it. I don't want to make the scenes just yet. B, so this is gonna be a marine in a volcano, and like this could be like turning up the heat. I'll do that for now. Heat. But that says nothing about submarines, so I don't know. Turning up the heat down in the sea. Except we're not in the sea, we're in a volcano. Whatever. Like, even this is like submarine and volcano. That's not necessarily like that's. I'd like more of a title out of that. Why is this not? Oh. Yeah. We'll see. And then this one's gonna be heist in skies. If I can spell, that would be good. I'm also just change this one to say like swamp, just to better communicate my ideas here. Of that, it's not just the same title with hard mode. Okay, this heist in the skyscraper. Yeah. I don't know. It's like on the tip of my tongue. I can't think of a title. It's a temporary title. It's a title that will definitely change, but just to communicate my idea. I'm trying to think of almost like synonyms. That doesn't really work here, but something like rooftop something, rooftop. Let me look at like synonyms for heist. See if I can find anything. Break-in, rooftop burglary. Rooftop break-in. These are temporary titles. Ideally, it's not going to be like, this is just the same as this. It'd be more different, in theory. Possibly. Also, I don't even know if we're going to be on rooftops necessarily. The idea, you're going to be kind of more like high up, but like in kind of middle skyscraper territory. Maybe. We'll see how that actually goes. Yeah, okay, good enough for me. So, this one I actually do have a scene name for this. So we're gonna, this is just gonna be submarine, or no, I think those are called submarine level. The volcano part is more a backdrop of environment stuff, so that part could change, or that's my ideas at the moment. I was considering at one point that you'd actually be going like in and out of the submarine, like you go out of it, do some platforming on some like lava rock type stuff in volcano environment, and you go in and out of the submarine. But thinking about it more, to more so get what I want to get out of this level, I think it's better. It works out better if you're just in the submarine the whole time, it being more of this interior environment. Yeah. Also, I can have more of the level be the submarine, which is the idea. So, yeah. Maybe there could be like, actually one idea I have is like a certain like, ooh, that'd be kind of interesting. A cannon on one side of the submarine that launches you like up out of the submarine. You fly all the way over it and then land in the other side. Like somehow there's like two holes, kind of at the front and the back. And you kind of go flying out one, flying way up above the submarine, and then land in at the front. That would be kind of cool as like a sort of fast travel kind of thing from the back of the submarine to the front of it. And that's temporary. Like you go out of it and then right back in it. That'd be a cool idea. I would totally be up for doing that. Yeah. The level stuff would have to be able to support it. The submarine would have to be long enough for that to be justified in doing beyond just looking cool. Okay, so I will just kind of go and quickly, for now, also change what the titles here say. Technically, I don't need to do this step because technically it'll get filled in. Oh, I guess I'll do that. Yeah, getting where the spaces are actually is a thing I need to do. I'll preemptively be like, that one probably needs a space in the same spot. Forest on the cliffside. Yeah, we'll see if that ends up being accurate at all in the real final level thing. I'll assume that, yeah, all these are gonna be similar. Okay, and then one more. Whoop, not that. Bad for that. And then I'll get screenshots eventually. That'll be a lot further along. Okay, I should have said, yeah, all of these kind of have the same, it's like blah in a blah, this on a that. You know, in reality, they won't, like the titles won't be so samey. They should have variety. It's the point of the titles to not be like level 1, level 2, level 3. This gives more personality to the levels, helps them stand out more, helps them be more memorable and more easily identifiable. When you're like, oh yeah, I remember the level. Submarine Volcano, instead of being like, oh yeah, level 2, that was awesome, level 2. And also, it is then easy to like, by not having level 1, 2, 3 anywhere, if I want to reorder the levels, it's easy to do that because they aren't tied down to a number, they're tied to just the name. So I don't have to do any back-end changing for that. Okay, so now let's get the level map, like the saving and loading manager to deal with this. So file name, I wonder if I'd have like save data demo. No, I'm still gonna have, so the idea was I'm gonna have 3 save files. You'll have the option of like A, B, and C. Just because I want to try programming such a system, like I'm doing that entirely because I just want to try doing it. I don't need to. You could have just 1 save file. I don't think I want to go the route of having like unlimited save files. That's a bit might be tricky in terms of being complicated to program and all that, but so just 3 is a nice like middle ground of that. I'm gonna sleep because I got slow school. Good luck and keep the grinder going. Thank you, Francesco. Thank you. Yeah, yeah, this is coming along quite good, and now we're starting to get into making real demo things. Well, this is where I'm setting up some of the infrastructure that is gonna be how the hub world operates in the demo, and then because this is just the easier thing to do while I have no idea what I'm doing with the actual level stuff. I'm still figuring things out with that, so while I'm doing that, this is a good thing to do in the meantime. Yeah, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, thanks for dropping by, Francesco, and hope you like the new setup. And yeah, we'll be continuing to, well, yeah, new microphone, new webcam, all that sort of stuff. I have, yeah, working on getting, so I have 1 new monitor, working on getting second one set up. It's right over there. It's just missing a screw for the base. That is very important, because if that screw is not there, it falls over. Like, the screw is required to not have it be a broken monitor. So, yeah, working on that. It's having some difficulties with that, but yeah, get that sorted out. Yeah, love it. Awesome, yeah, thank you. Okay, so I don't think the code is gonna work, because I'm pretty sure the code here expects at least 2 levels. So let's see what happens. I'm not in the right place. I'm supposed to spawn up here. Oh, right, wait. Hold on. There might be some code that, because, what would be, I think what just happened is Demo Skyhub spawned level, like level A or whatever, because it's supposed to, it's a thing it's supposed to do. And then that spawned, that said, hey, I just got spawned. Is there a hub world? Because this isn't called Skyhub, it's called Demo Skyhub. It's like, oh, there's no hub world. Let me spawn one. So then there was the hub. I think that's what just happened. Let me actually look at the hierarchy to confirm my suspicions. It totally did that. Okay, so I just have to double check that the player spawner doesn't do that. Like, it looks for either hub world or yeah. Oh, also active level. Active level is going to be submarine. So eventually, oh, I guess I do have to do that. Right. That's gonna be another thing I'm gonna have to save. Eventually, the active level, it's gonna pull from the save file the last active level, like the last level that you were in when you closed the game, or the last time you saved, or something like that, or maybe the last level you beat, something along those lines that is just that's good enough. It's gonna save that thing and pull that from somewhere. Until it does that, I'm just manually typing it in. So submarine level, that's good enough for it. It also makes my testing easier when I want to be in a specific level. Okay, so you're, well, no, I'm not gonna find what I'm looking for here. I have hub manager. I'm looking for, is this hub spawn is, or, so this needs to be just or for now. Oh, I also need to add the scenes to the build thing. Well, okay, I don't know if I want it to be Sky Hub Demo or Demo Sky Hub. I'll have Demo at the beginning, so it's, yeah. This actually needs to be 2 things. Wait. Like, if Demo Sky Hub is not loaded, it needs to know to spawn that one. I will, okay, I'll have to just like, so if either of them are true, then put it in else if, or whatever, okay, this doesn't matter, and this is probably gonna be temporary code anyway, so we'll just else if, it's fine, it's fine. And actually, I should also mention, this code is weird, where it's actually, this code is only necessary because I can go into play mode in a level, and then I want to set up the hub world stuff as a result. Under normal playing circumstances, we will start in the hub world and go into a level. So this code isn't possible, or I mean, the awake happens, but the this being true or this being true isn't possible to happen. It's not possible to happen when from normal playing means. So technically, the player would never see this code run. I'm also realizing though that I programmed this bad because it actually needs to be something like this. Well, if one of them is not loaded. If one of them is loaded, do nothing. Right. But then find out which one. So technically, I could have this be like hashtag if Unity editor, but I'm not gonna. It's fine. Actually, you know what? I changed my mind. If Unity editor. Yeah. And then I think I do still want to set up that instance thing, and the wait to start level. I think I do too. And if, yeah, fancy. Hopefully it's not gonna break anything. So if the Sky Hub is loaded, you know, it'd be crazy if I left some of this code in, or if this was here or whatever, and then speedrunners were able to do some glitching thing. Like, let's say in the full release of the game, the files were all still there from the demo, and then somehow people were like, able to glitch, like, oh, in the real game, you do these glitches, you could go into the demo hub world and then start playing the demo. That'd be crazy. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah. Maybe I could actually have, like, in the real game, there was some way to basically unlock the demo content or something. I don't know. That could be interesting. I have to figure out, like, how exactly I would do that. Could be like an arcade machine and interacting with that, basically. It wouldn't launch the demo as its own, like, executable. That would be too much. I think it would just be in Unity, just go into that thing. Although that requires that the demo and the real game are too far apart. If between the demo and the full game I revamped all the movement and stuff, I would you know, that might break the demo stuff. So I don't know. We would see. I think that's kind of thing of like, we would see, but I probably wouldn't delete the demo content for a while, even like as the full game gets to like being done. So I don't know. We would see. Anyways, okay. Okay. Gets see by names. If the Sky Hub is not loaded, or this should be an and. If neither of them are loaded, if this one's not loaded and this one is not loaded, then, wait. Actually, wait, hold on. De Morgan's Law, or I think that's, I can do this, right? If one of them is loaded. Wait. No, if one of them is not loaded, right? This one is loaded, or this one is loaded, and flip it. Is that how this works? Did I do that right? The other one worked, but did I do a good equivalency? Possibly. Right. So like this should run if neither of them are loaded. So if this is false or this is false, then it's false. Set this to, then flip it to true. So this runs. If this is true, then it's true, flip it to false. Okay, I'm just making sure. I'm pretty sure I have this right. Let me just, yeah, make sure. And then I need to see which one it is. So if either of them are, actually, you know what? Even though it's the same, I'm gonna do it the way that is easier on the explaining. It makes more logical sense with how I would verbally say it. It's, if this scene is not loaded, and this scene is not loaded. That is, by English, makes more sense to say. Under context. So, then gotta figure out which one it is. If this one is not loaded, load it. Oh wait, it's still gonna load the Sky Hub before loading the demo. No, it won't. No, if this is loaded, this doesn't run. Okay, so never mind. Wait. No, if I start in a... Hold on. No, this isn't how this works. Hold on. No. No, sorry. This is not how this works. This just stops the other one from spawning. This doesn't stop if I'm in a level. If I go into a level, spawn the... no, I need something else to know whether I should be spawning the hub world or not. I think I actually need a bool for this. Yeah. Because I needed the levels to know whether they're part of the demo or part of the full thing. To know which hub world they should be spawning. By default, it's going to be false. Although the levels I'm about to create is going to be true, but everything else is going to be false. So part of the demo is false. So if... I might be able to combine this better now, actually. Yeah, let me actually get rid of this because I can combine this into just one if... not really nested. So if part of... If we are part of the demo, and... Else, if part of the demo, and... Okay. So if we are not part of the demo, and the Sky Hub is loaded, and not loaded, then do this stuff. If we are part of the demo, and the demo Sky Hub is not loaded, then black. And only do one or the other. I mean, it only can do one or the other, but yeah. Okay. That should work, in theory. I do have to actually set up the things. Right, hold on. Build settings. Why you went over here? Okay. I will have to set up, at this point, or at some point I'll have to set up, I mean, only the first scene matters, but I'll have to set up that scene is, set up properly. Okay, so, scenes. Demo, and for now, I'm gonna put Demo Sky Hub first. Actually, you know what? Well, we're gonna start putting it'll be all the demo things, followed by all the demo scenes, because we're making the demo now. Once we're done the demo, then we'll start making real scenes be all above everything. So in theory, I could actually start deleting some of these, but I'm not gonna. It's fine how it is. Okay. So doing this should launch... Oh wait, I have to actually set up that variable. Yes. Okay. Hub spawn is here. Part of demo. Yes. Okay, so actually first I'll just test here. If I go into this, it spawned the demo Sky Hub, which doesn't look different, but I can see on the left it says demo Sky Hub, so I know we're good there. Demo Sky Hub. Spawn submarine level. Cool. That doesn't look like a submarine. Yeah, no, that is what we have made thus far. Okay, that. Well, wait. Now I want to see, based on how the code is set up at the moment, does level unlocking and unlocking work, or do I need some special code to deal with the one level thing? Oh, local data is empty. That's not how that's supposed to be. Did you error? You probably errored or something? Oh no, sorry. Right, no, you aren't into anything until I go to play mode. Okay, so let me go delete. Yeah, so now it reset everything with the new level order stuff. So you have one level that is here, and if I set you to just being beaten and then save. That one's over there with its level. Okay. And if I beat that, and now that's over there. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Oh, no. And then, I did unlock hard mode, though. So, wait, it's because I didn't 100% the world. And now you're there. And then that one can complete. Okay, perfect. So, awesome. My code is resilient. It just worked. Yeah. Okay. Cool. 100% completion. Yeah. Okay. So we did that. Forest on the cliffside. Normal swamp on the cliffside. Yeah. Do I want to get temporary screenshots? Nah. For now, it's fine. Well, I'll worry about that more later. Maybe I'll take when we have our block out of a level. I'll take a screenshot of that or something. Ideally, with like the real final actual thing, I might like, you know, do some more touching up with it, make some more cinematic-y stuff, do some photoshopping with it. I don't know. We'll see how far I go with that, but yeah. For now, it's just I'm going to screen grab from Unity and call it a day there. Okay, so the forest over there, then we have submarine over there, and then we have heist in a skyscraper over there. Cool. Our hub world, I'm assuming, yeah, nothing seemed to error there. Okay, cool. Our hub world seems to be good to go for like it, but most like a basic form. With that, we are at the scary part. The scary part that is actually starting to build our level here, which I don't know how much of that we're going to do today. I guess I can start like the basic parts of what I need to do here. So that being like But I was like, I can start deleting everything. Like, even if I might put some stuff back in the level later, I can start deleting some things now. But I'm just like, is that going to cause me issues with, like... If I delete all these cannons, and then I want to bring back in a cannon, are the cannons as easy to do, as easy to place as just drag and drop? Let's make some of them that way. Let's start with that. Make some of these prefabs drag and droppable. As I just drag them, put in the scene, place them, play mode, and they just work. Maybe that's what we'll just do real quick. With not necessarily with everything but a lot of things that we can do stuff with. So, do you have defaults? Let me see like what the spawn. Spawn. Oh, right. Okay, right. I forgot that you work that way. So, yeah. So the cannon does work, but a cannon by default assumes that any projectile spawner assumes that the thing moves with the thing that spawned it, and I'd have to drag and drop to a general projectile thing if that wasn't the case. That's fine, because by default, it doesn't move. On one that does move by default, then I'll deal with that. I do have this like parent game object called projectiles. I think that's fine being a constant. So I think it's fine for me to go in start. No. Well, I did. Oh wait, if there's no spawn parent equals transform equals itself. Deciding if I want the default to be the projectiles thing. If it is, then I have to on start do a game object dot find. I would prefer not to do that because I've done this ramble a bunch of times, but I have reasons where for my project it's extra beneficial to have as little things in a level be in start functions. On the player is a bit of an exception. Anything that's going to be there as soon as you launch the game or in the hub world, and it's basically going to persist through all of running the game is fine. But for levels, I want to try to minimize a lot things in start functions. So where I can. So start and awake, all that initial setup. So we're going to leave that as is. Doing an equals transform is way better than doing a transform not fine. So that's fine. So you can go. I'm fine deleting all those. I'll leave. No, I'm fine getting rid of some of the parent things. Fire spewers. Why do you? Or I don't know. I'm just gonna. Yeah. Let's have a look at a default one of these. Okay, yeah, you look... Okay, so you look fine as a, you'll work to drag and drop, just making my life easier to not, if I want to use some of these things later. Projectiles, I'm fine leaving that empty game object there. It's likely that I'll have at least one projectile level, probably. Electric floors, okay. These guys, yeah, I can find out my answer to my question. Basically what I'm looking for is there anything in these public variables that's dependent on something else in the scene? Like, it doesn't have default values that'll make it work by default. If there is, then I would try to have like a game object find or something else that would work for that. So this, everything seems good for default. So I'm fine on that. And also, because I still have the original scene for this, but I duplicated the scene, if I want to grab any of this stuff, like how it is here, I can just go grab them. So yeah. And we have Simple Hazard. I will delete you too. And then, okay. Then we have objectives-related things. So, I know that this submarine level will have a fixed rides for time ride manager. So, I'm planning for this level to have 2 objectives. And I'm considering this one objective might actually be split into others, which is going to be the fix rides for a time manager that goes on for the whole level, and then single break all ride manager. That's going to be the I want leaks in the submarine that you have to go ride around and fix. So that's gonna be those. So those are gonna be the only objectives in this level. So I can actually delete the other ones. There's not gonna be a single fix all. Yeah. I was thinking of, oh man, do I want that? No. And then there's not going to be a level, oh, that's the level, that's important. Where are these guys? Oh. You're just under interactable. So get to location. You're not going to beat that. And there's no collectibles in this level. Why is there a cannon? Oh, that's, what? Cannon here. Why are you... Okay, why can't I see you? Oh! Weirdness. I guess I did that at some point by accident. I wonder if... Well, I wonder if anything I've done with that might have to do with... Why this suddenly launched me that one time? I don't know. Okay, let me fix this, because this is not how this should be. Oh, wait. No, yeah, you know, you're 110, and you're at... Wait, you're at 0. What? Oh, no, that's just the line being... Oh, sorry, actually, no. It is placed fine. Never mind. That's a different thing. That's just, you can be all zeros. You're fine. Actually, you, I believe, you do not matter where you're placed, because this thing gets placed on start. And I also said that I don't even know if those lines are going to stay. So that's fine. That's just because I have this on center, not pivot. Yeah, you're on pivot, then you're where you should be. Okay, that's fine. Not an issue. Okay. Am I going to delete that cannon? For now, yes. In theory, it could come back. This little object was just me testing an object getting launched out of a cannon. You have use arc cannon on touch. No. Fine, leaving that for now. I can always copy it over. Okay, so the power-ups and the gold helium tank thing. This was an old idea around like when we initially, I was making this game for the school project. I've been going back and forth with this. I don't know where or how or if. How these guys are going to fit in my game. Originally, this was going to be a form of collectible where hidden somewhere in the level would be this thing and this thing. And you basically had to bring thing A to thing B for as a bonus. And when you did this, you unlocked... these power-ups would exist in the level by default. But... these would then they would last double the time that they did before. Yeah. And you'd have to have done this bring thing A to point B thing on every level as another thing towards 100%ing. Also find, I can delete these walls. Oh, I deleted something. Oh, the moving platforms are back there. I'll have to figure them out. My issue with this is one with just 100%ing and all that. So I am all for... I do think it'd be neat to have, like, this hidden collectible in every level. It's just an additional thing to have to hunt out for. That's kind of cool. It's the power-ups that are more... Well, one, I'd have to... well, actually, I have not put any of this in my UI I'd have to figure that out again. So that's its whole own thing. But as well, the power-ups. I was, at one point, I had the idea of, like, these might, like, randomly spawn around the level and all that. However, I don't think I necessarily want this degree of randomness of having to hope that the right power-ups appear in the right spots or whatever. I feel like if I'm going to have these power-ups, they would be consistent spawns, first of all. Where it could be like, here's a power-up spawner, and it's going to spawn like one of these, then one of these, then one of these, or something like that. Or it'd be like, here's a red power-up spawner, here's a green power-up spawner, here's a blue power-up spawner. That's another thing. But another thing as well is I don't know how much I want to rely on these power-ups necessarily, or I don't know how this might impact the sort of balancing of the difficulty of the game and stuff like that. So I don't know. I have to figure out sort of if I want to still have these, or if I might kind of change how some of them operate or other things like that. I'm not gonna delete any of this yet. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, one thing towards the side of keeping them is the fact that they're already programmed in the game. Although, I do worry the speed one specifically might cause me some headaches and some issues with how complicated the movement is, and I'm still trying to iron out some problems with the movement and all that, and this just might introduce more problems with them, but we'll see. We'll see. So, for now, I might, turn all these off. Well, actually, I'll delete them out of this scene, but I won't be deleting them as a whole yet. I do like the idea of the one hidden collectible somewhere in the level. So maybe we could try to do that, but in a different way. But then I have to figure out, like, okay, what do they do, and all that stuff. Because I already have the strikes thing unlocks the hard mode. Originally, I was debating the idea of having like an endless mode. Back when all of the levels were on like a fixed timer, I would also have this endless mode that you would unlock. But I've just now changed my mind on that because of not every level. With my changes of how levels are going to operate, not every level will necessarily be capable of having an endless mode, and I don't want to force it because it could actually hurt some of what I want out of levels to have that restriction. So I'm not going to be having endless modes anymore necessarily. So these couldn't unlock that. I would need to do something else with these, unless getting this collectible and the strikes, both of those together, unlocked the hard modes or something. But that's, I don't know. This could also just unlock some separate other thing that maybe isn't required for 100%ing. Like, let's say I had like a gallery of concept art and you unlocked more of that, or whatever, I don't know. Or if there was a shop where you could buy like, could be a shop where you buy like things that decorate the hub world or something. I don't know, like that. It's potential idea. I don't know. I don't think I would have like optional upgrades to the character because I've gone on a big ramble of why I don't necessarily want to do that in this game. One, it makes things complicated. Two, if this is an optional thing, that means that those upgrades have to be optional, which means I can't design the levels around those upgrades. If I'm going to have upgrade type things, I'd rather force the player to have them at certain points in the game so I can then, going forward, design the levels to use those upgrades. It just could make more interesting levels, or less breaking levels if you go back to earlier ones with upgrades from later in the game and all that kind of thing. So that's why that's a bit of a... Not like I wouldn't be sure on that. So yeah, as I said, I'm not sure where these are going to fit in the game at the moment, so... Yeah, not going to delete them, but we'll see. Moving platforms. Are you good to work on your own? Targets. I don't like that you have missing targets. Oh, right. Oh, yeah. This was in order to be able to have some moving platforms share target points. I would have this array of target points that okay. I'm fine with this. For moving platforms, I have to make empty game objects that are the targets. They're empty game objects. That's not too hard to set up. So yeah, I'm fine with that. I actually don't know how much I'm going to have moving platforms in the game, just because moving platforms can be boring if not implemented good. Mainly, having to wait for a moving platform that you missed can be bad. Being on a moving platform for an extended period of time can be like an auto-scroller kind of deal. And that's sometimes not fun. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see how much I don't think I programmed them because they are a common, platformer thing to have, so I'm sure I'll use them somewhere, but I don't want to use them too much. I can also use them in conjunction with other things, like a hazard on a moving platform as a way of doing something with hazards to be more complicated. We'll see. Okay, ramp. You just have a speed that I think yeah, here we go. Okay. Ramp, that's fine. Speed boost. Yep, y'all want tightrope. I do know that I have to clean up some stuff with how the tightropes work since I redid my movement, but that should be fine. Okay, tightropes are good to go. This could go. Good to go. These are just blocks. Leave the level end platform. It will be in every level. I'm not going to delete it to drag and drop it back in. I, in theory, should be capable of deleting it and dragging it pretty fast, but I have no reason to delete it. Okay, so have I deleted everything I've used to? Delete you. Why do I have a... Oh, right. I have a thing here called VFX. This is for if I'm spotting particle things, mainly for the projectiles. They use that. So I'll leave that there. So if any hazards are spawning any particle effects that I need to have... Like, it's just another container for things that I'm instantiating. So that's fine to stay there. Interactables. Yeah, do that. Interactables, you're going to stay being a thing. We have the general kill floor going around the area. You're actually not wide enough in that direction. That's funny. Maybe I move this at some point. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know why I have that like that. Whatever, it's fine. Then this general ground. That's going to eventually become new ground. And then lighting as that. Is that how it is? Okay. I probably will have... I will need to have, different skybox, different post-processing. I imagine I'm basically going to have, different levels have their own post-processing. Some of them might share. We'll see. But I think for the submarine, I'm going to duplicate. Submarine level. For now, I'm going to do that, and we're going to go... Whatever, this is fine. I'll name them, or I'll call it volume. Okay, good enough for me. Make sure you have that. I don't know what the general lighting-y stuff is going to be, but we do know that this is going to be in a volcano, so that is going to be need to be a thing. Skybox. Now, actually, the level is going to be all interior, but you will still see the level while you're looking at the submarine from above and while you are flying into it and whatever. So. But most of the level is going to be interior, and then you look at the windows, you just see lava right up against the windows, right? So it's meant to be interior, but still going to need a skybox of some kind. So that's going to need to be made at some point. Yeah, but I guess for now, I'm almost going to just take this one and just color shift it until it is orange. But I won't worry about that at the moment. Oh, that's a skybox shader, and that's. Oh, I don't actually... Do I still use these? I don't know if I do. I don't remember if I do or don't, but whatever. It's fine. Yeah, okay. I don't know. Yes, I do, but yeah, okay. Okay, I'll worry about that later. Okay, so... I have a thing for level music. I'm just making sure I'm, kind of clearing this stuff out to have this, level template. I'm not going to make a level template its own scene until I think level 1 is done. Once we have one fully complete level, then I can strip away that to make level template. Because I imagine once we have a proper polished level, we're going to have more things that will need to be part of a level template. I don't know what, but we'll figure that out things that might need to be like things that trigger like voice lines. There might be like a voice manager or sound effects manager or things for with cutscenes. You know, I imagine like stuff like that might become a thing. So yeah. Okay, so with this, that's all of that taken care of. Let me bring this back to a normal length. Where is 0, 0 in the world? Okay. Oh, now the part that I'm, afraid of. No, making level stuff. Okay, we also have, so objective manager, level end. I'm just gonna put the level end like there again. Or I guess do that like that. Actually, before I go any further, let me just see if I can group some of this stuff a little bit better, because I totally can. So we have the player spawn, that's going to be the player. These objectives thing, I'm going to actually make a game object called objectives. I should have done it before with other stuff, but oh well. Yeah. So one idea that I did have that I think could be interesting, and actually the top of objectives is going to be the objective manager. One idea that I had that I think could be interesting in terms of the objectives, before I said that I wasn't going to have a thing where objectives get introduced partway through a level. Although, I was going to say that you had, as soon as you go to a level, you get all the objectives for the level, and then you go. I am thinking I might change my mind on that, because I think it could just be something interesting that as you go through a level, you could potentially have your objectives get updated, or not update, just getting new ones. The way I want to do that in this level is by having okay. So I don't need to write it down for this. Okay, so basically you'd have your main objective that is repair carnival rides for X amount of time, right? And you're doing that as you're running around and doing all that. But then I was thinking at like a certain point in the level, maybe like a minute in, then we would have, oh no, whoosh, there's a bunch of leaks. Go ahead and fix all those or we're all gonna die. So having that not be a thing right away, you do a little bit of level, kind of learn the lay of the land a little bit, and then that starts. And then you go and do that. The one that just makes the level more interesting in that it's like changing as you're doing it, rather than being the same thing the whole way through. Because that's one thing I want. I want to have these big levels. I want them to be long-ish. Like I've said that, or what I would like in terms of level length. Ideally, I'd like the level to be like 5 minutes, and have that not be boring. Have the level be capable of being a good, fun 5-minute level or so. And I'm just to kind of make it a little bit smaller, I guess. I'm gonna say 5 minutes, and that's including like cutscene going into a level, cutscene going out of the level, and you know all that stuff. We're gonna kind of bundle everything that is the level on first time playing it. This isn't like you're on replaying the level or whatever. It's like 5 minutes, and we'll even see if maybe I'll even with that, if I might decide that that's too long and cut it down to like 2.5 or whatever, right? Depending on how much level we have. But it would be great if I can make a level that's worthy of like 5 minutes, right? That's the hope. Yeah, so, and with that, if it's like, oh, that's too long, that's gonna be boring, then I think the problem, or ideally the problem to solve isn't the level is boring because it's too long. It's like, why is the level boring that you're bored of it before, like, that early in time, I guess. Like, the problem would be more with the level not being big enough to justify that time is not a good amount of time. I guess that's, so ideally I want to have a big, good, substantial level. Yeah, so yeah, that's that. But anyway, so where I was going with the objectives thing is, what I would like is that, so you start the level, you have the carnival thing that you're doing for the whole level, and then like a minute in or however much time, we'll figure that out. Maybe even be like 30 seconds in, we'll see. Then it starts the first wave of like leaks coming in that you have to like fix and all that. And even then, I want the fixing. One thing I would like to do is have like, when you repair stuff, to some degree, having it be like purposely cartoony. Like if it's like, you know, the submarine, there's like a hole in it that, you know, lava is coming in. Not just water, it's lava because you're in a volcano. That's a bit unique, I guess, hopefully. When you fix it, it would be like, big metal beams that are now covering where that, leak was. Stuff like that. We'll see, what we do with that. Like, it's just, haphazardly doing what you need to do to have it be repaired or whatever. But, I would like to have this leaking thing. I thought of an idea. Well, we'll see if we actually end up doing this. But I thought it could be interesting to have the leaking actually happening in waves, where you'd have like, I was thinking like maybe it would happen 3 times. You have like, as you're going around and fixing all the carnival rides, at one point some leaks would happen. You fix those, you do more levels. Then if more leaks happen, you do that, and then more would happen. And we'll see, like how much. Like ideally, it would get like harder each time to a degree. So we'll see how, but it also has to be, good at being balanced. So we'll see how that goes. My idea is that what I might do is, on the first wave, it would just be a few, or I'm gonna say a medium amount in a few like general, like easy to get to spots. The second wave would be less, but in a bunch of far away, hard to get to spots. I thought that could be an interesting way of having it be more interesting. Then just, instead of the difficulty of them being a gradual ramp, it kind of is that, but in a different way. Instead of just being like, small number, medium number, large number of the cracks. I thought it would be interesting of like medium number, but they're easy to get to. There's just quite a few of them, or however many. Still easy on the easier side because it's the first time of it. But then the second one would be less, but further away and harder to reach spots. And then the third one would be a bunch, and they're hard and like the most. But then there's they're spread around. It's like all across the level as this like finale kind of deal. All while that's going on, you're still going to deal with the repairing the circus rides and all that sort of stuff. So I thought that could be the general flow of how the level could go. And that, I think, hopefully could keep things interesting. Yeah. One thing I want to make sure is a thing in terms of if I'm going to have objectives be introduced partway through a level, it shouldn't ever look like you're done when you're not. And by that I mean, if you currently have 2 objectives, and I'm going to add a third one when you're halfway through the level, it should be impossible to get it to a point where you actually have these 2 completed. It's like, oh, well, why am I not done the level? Oh, you get here? Oh, here's the next objective. It shouldn't look like that. The player should think that, effectively, they should think that, like, once I've done these things, then I'm done, then surprise, other thing, while they haven't finished those things. So, ideally, I would structure the objectives in a way for that to work. And with the submarine, we've got that covered by just having the timed circus repairing thing going on the whole level. Which I imagine that'll be the common thing to force that to happen. Another common thing would be like have the linear get to this objective, and then as you're on your way to it, then surprise, do this now, and then surprise, do this now. So have like linear objective mixed with some non-linear things. That could be an interesting thing. Actually, a way of I think could be interesting to do that in some levels. Might even do that in the forest level. That is the first level of the game. Is have your main objective is just get from point A to point B. But then you get in this area, repair circus rides for a time. Okay, they're all completed. That's done. Move to the next kind of area, and then like do it again and do that. It doesn't have to be 3 times. It doesn't always have to be a rule of 3s. Usually a rule of these is good, but variety can also be good. So that could be another way to have this sort of run around the same area a bunch, but then do it a few in small chunks in one big level. Could be neat. Anyway, so that's stuff that I've been thinking about. Yeah, in terms of, so I have like these general ideas of what I want in the level, but in terms of the specifics, like how exactly I'm gonna do the submarine. Oh, hey, lightning strikes. We're doing solve Rubik's Cube. That I can do. Haha. Yeah, in terms of how exactly like the very nitty gritty of these levels, I still don't know. I'm still figuring that out, and hopefully I'm gonna, figure that out soon. But yeah. Also, hello, lightning strikes. I've just been rambling about, yeah, my plans for level design with this. So yeah, you look a lot healthier. Sure. I have a 4K or no, I have a new webcam, so that's the thing. I think I look the same as I did before. I was a bit sick last weekend. I mentioned that, but that was before I, me getting sick was after the last time I streamed. So, yeah. But yeah, I am a lot healthier than when I was sick not a week ago, the weekend that just happened. I realize it was a week ago. Yeah, right. Now, they said a bit more weight. I think school was killing you. I mean, I'm also in higher resolution, so sure. I don't know. I look back on the VODs and see how, yeah, it's affecting my soul, I don't know, whatever. But yeah, it has been nice to take a break from school and all that. Still doing the programming stuff and all that, but yeah. Anyways, let's do this. Let's get my microphone. Yeah. Also, yeah, I have new some new equipment now. So I have new webcam, new microphone, all that fun stuff. Oh, not that one. Not that one either. This one. Right. Last time I saw the Rubik's Cube, 47 seconds. So, yeah. Let's go over to webcam full. And oh, that is tiny. Hold on. Okay, you get 10 seconds this time. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah, first time me being 4K. Oh, this monitor is okay. I'm still figuring out like my new monitor situation. Oh yeah, also the microphone's in frame when I'm not in the corner. Oh well, that's fine. Don't worry about it. It's alright. Yeah, right. Ready, set, everything all good to go? Yeah. Wait, actually, let me just get a good being on the white side. Alright, yeah. Ready. 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Okay, not. I say this every time, but not off to a great start. That, you know. Also, first time even doing this since the last time I did it on stream, which was, you know, over a week ago, because, I'm not a great F2L, I'll tell you that much. I'm getting unlucky with where pieces are relative to other pieces. Oh no, I did that bad. Okay, that was just a mistake on my part. And hey, I'll take that. I'll take a free piece being joined together. Oh, and my lack of OLL knowledge is doing me again. That and yeah, this 3, 2, 1, and this. Haha. I turned it as I was looking it up, but yeah, did that. Okay, not faster, but still under a minute, so I'll take it. At some point, I will dedicate some time to learning. I said that I wanted to like properly finish learning, you know, solving this faster, finish learning OLLs and PLLs, and learn faster ways of doing certain F12 things that I know exist, I just haven't gotten around to actually learning them. So I know I'm stuck doing a lot of slower things. Same thing kind of with the cross. But that's also more just, I need to like, well, I plan better with turns and whatnot, and stop making accidental wrong turns. That needs to happen less for me to be faster with this. But yeah, woo, cube. All right, mouse, this guy, this, over here. Wham. Oh yeah, I rebuilt Cube Mountain, I guess, because I did. I have no justification for doing so. I just did it. Yeah. Okay, so, yeah, so what stuff I was doing with this. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing with this. Oh, I guess I can ramble about my general plan for what I was gonna do with this. You know, we've been staring at yellow for like months, so let's stare at a different color. So the submarine is probably, actually, well, so when I think submarine, my initial immediate thought is like gray interior. But then I was trying to think of like, is there something I can do more than that to, I don't know, more interesting color scheme? I planned for, because you're in a volcano, on the outside there's going to be lots of orange. So if I wanted to contrast with that, I could do something with like blue. Or necessarily have to go opposites, but I don't go for like a metallic that is a color of like a dark blue. Or if I could have, you know, multiple colors on the inside of the submarine. One idea that I had that I thought could be maybe interesting to toy around with would be to maybe go for like a steampunk design. Could be interesting to have like a steampunk submarine in a volcano. That's a lot of ideas combined together, but it would be an interesting callback to the fact that my submarine, the Cyberchroma submarine, hold on here. Let me pull up my own video. 1 second. You might hear a second of me. Nope. Oh, actually, you are gonna hear a second of me. Yep. Enough of that. Good enough. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Blah and blah and blah. this submarine, it's not, I wouldn't say it's a steampunk submarine, but when I was initially making it, the inspiration behind it being orange was that I was gonna attempt a steampunk kind of design, and then it didn't really fully turn out that way, but the original thing of what I was gonna do with this is try to do like a steampunk design. So it could be an interesting nod to that. Even in general, I thought it'd be interesting if like maybe the exterior of the submarine didn't look, it wasn't just this model, but maybe like very loosely had some resemblance to this. Could be kind of neat. Except this is more of like a one guy piloting a submarine kind of submarine, whereas the one in the level is gonna be like gigantic boat that you're in running around in. So some things wouldn't necessarily translate, but we'd see. Like maybe instead of one wing, it'd be like a bunch of wings or whatever, right? Or even just if the submarine had this kind of color on the outside. My one worry with that though is it's gonna be a volcano, and orange from lava and then orange from submarine might not look great, but there might be like different shades, so it might be fine. I was thinking of having a skill system in an RPG where the skill slots were locked I can't read. Think of having a skill system in an RPG where the skill slots were locked in a Rubik's Cube faces. Oh, that's cool. That's neat. Would you actually would it be like, you know, you have 9 faces that you're like turning or whatever, and then you have like of like assigning slots or whatever? Or would turning actually do something? Would you have to like actually do something with that? Or how Rubik's Cube are we talking here? Is my little bit of knowledge with OLL gonna help me in your RPG? But also, you didn't let a game dev job yet? So, no, but so I do have a job at the moment, and that has been one thing that's been keeping me busy. I love my job. My job is great, but it's not a game dev job. It is a general doing programming stuff job. I don't know how much I can legally say about my place of employment or whatever, but long story short, the short is I do have a job. I've had a job for since, was it May? I want to say May. It was somewhere in, no, wait, or was it June? Maybe June. Something like, yeah, I think I started June 1st. Yeah, but I'm doing a programming job, my first real actual programming job, and it is good, very good. It's like easily best job I've ever had, mostly by default because it's the only programming job I've really ever done. And, I mean, yeah, it's infinitely, okay. Yeah, infinitely better than, like, I've worked in a factory before, I worked at McDonald's, that kind of stuff. So, yeah. The type of work I do, maybe some people wouldn't enjoy it as much as I do, but I quite like it. So, yeah, that's that. Also, having an income is how I was able to buy a new, webcam and microphone, so that helps, too. Music is so loud. Is it? Oh, no. Well, that can be changed. Whoops. I'll have to, do more messing around about, like, how loud, where this is, how does that translate into, you know? Because what I hear is different than what you got here. And I have my headphone volumes turned really low right now. It's probably, like, you know, very quiet or currently is very quiet for me. But, you know, I'll go even lower. How about that? That might be too much now. That also doesn't help that every song in this playlist has different volumes, but overall, this is great. Cool. Well, now I want to get to an exact 20. It's at 19.9. Hold on. Properties. I'm still experimenting with my new setup in terms of, you know, making subtle changes here and there and all that. Sounds like elevator music. Yeah, this music is Lost Jungle from Sonic Heroes. It is a jungle level. Actually, it's more of a swamp, but yeah. I'm gonna mess with the thing. This and that. Okay. Yeah, sure. Anyways, what was I saying? I was rambling about something with my submarine and color schemes and yeah, Yeah, I was thinking that it could be interesting to try a steampunk design on the interior of this submarine. To some degree. I don't know. I don't know how any of this will pan out or what ideas I'll actually go with. I just don't know what I'm really doing with the inside of this submarine. Other than I want this to be a testing ground for interiors and see how my game what limits kind of do I have with the things I have in place as far as interiors go. I don't plan for there to be like tiny rooms because third-person camera just doesn't really work for that kind of thing. But we'll see with like small-ish rooms as opposed to completely wide open spaces. I think rooms could be of different sizes, so there could be some like there could be like one area that's like a big wide open space in this submarine. Who knows? We'll see. I'm tossing around ideas, but nothing is settled on yet. Then what about the tag game? That is something that I want to continue working on at some point, but I just have so many things ongoing that I considered at one point that I would like work a bit on this game, then work on the tag game. I'd kind of work on them both at the same time. But then in practicality, it's already taking me so long to be making this game that I want to just focus on this game. I was thinking that maybe I would like finish the demo of this, and then to maybe take a break from this, I work on that tag game, which still needs a proper name at some point. I was thinking I could maybe share some assets between them, or that'll probably be more on the coding side. We'll see. I thought it would be interesting if I was working on both of them at the same time, then to have some Easter eggs that reference each other in some loose way, or even some like story like thing, like, you know, I don't know, like in the tag game, somewhere in it you see like a billboard that's like advertising the carnival in this game, or, you know, something like that would be, you know, neat references or whatever. But yeah, we'll see, you know, how that actually turns out. Yeah, for now, I'm just working on this because I want to actually finish something sometime this century. But yeah, and I'm enjoying working on this. Is coming along quite well, especially now that we're about to move on from test level things to actually making real levels, which is exciting, but also difficult because my, you know, not being great at level design and trying to get better at such things. And yeah, so hopefully I can successfully do that with the foundation that I've laid. Third-person camera with 3 see-through wall script. So I do have, yeah, in terms of like what my code can support, it's you know, a matter of how much I put into it to a degree. Or if I, you know, go into making super complicated, you know, camera scripts, I can do that. Right now, it's simple enough where it's just, you know, something's in the way, it zooms in. And this works very well for now. Yeah. So, in a small room, if the camera is like this, you know, you can see how fine versus not fine it is. Yeah, I could try to do some, like some games, do some crazy complicated stuff where the camera stays at the same distance, but like the wall becomes invisible and all that. But you see, that is really hard to do. That's the problem with that. Yeah, so I'd have to like do a lot of research and, you know, figure out how to do that kind of thing and have it actually work and not break everything in doing so. Or have like, you know, even though the wall disappears, making sure that like the floor doesn't also disappear for some reason. And that, oh. Yeah, so I've used 2 different ones. One just changes the material's opacity. So, I'll get to your second thing. First thing is, if I change just the opacity, that could work most of the time, but it could break some of the time. Where this is all one object, right? If I do this, and then that's going invisible, the wall in front of me would also go invisible because it's the same object. Which would then mean I'd be limited to, I would have to make sure every wall and floor and all that is all different objects. I don't know if I want to commit to that necessarily. It makes, you know, the building of the levels a bit harder, a bit more restricted. So that would be the problem with that specifically. But I have thought about that. And then, or if like one, well, yeah, other cases like that where it's one big object and, you know, just dealing with the one side of it affects the other side. The object blocking the camera, and the other script would open a quad. Wait, hold on. The other script would open a quad with a camera attached in front of the camera that would act like a porthole. Oh, so like you're talking about in like in like Super Mario Sunshine, how when you're underground, how it has like the blue kind of circle-y thing, something like that. Like when you make a mirror. Oh, with some mirror things, how you have another camera to render some things. Yeah, I'm familiar with that kind of thing. I know that can be expensive to do. It depends, right? Yeah, there's potential ideas, potential stuff we could look into. But I think what I have for now works good enough for now that we're gonna see when I make some actual level stuff how problematic it is. I do think that this, for now, I mean, this pretty much like always works in terms of exteriors, and I don't know how much interiors there is even going to be in the game. So we'll see. I just say, yeah, the submarine is a place where I'll probably be, testing some of that to some degree. Yeah. Even just in general with the game, the general gameplay stuff kind of works better when you're moving around a lot and having to, like, move around things, which even that gets a bit restricted if you're in a tiny little corridor. To a degree, I guess. I mean, having to be on a really thin platform, and the point of that is to not fall off. Sure, that, can be a thing. But that would be more in an exterior kind of thing that wouldn't have really thin walls. Anyway, I don't know. Yeah, it's stuff we'll mess with for sure. But for now, it's good enough for now. Yeah. So, what was I gonna say? I feel like there was something that I was rambling about that I forgot about. Whatever. So, moving on-ish. Well, one thing I was actually... I mean, these are placeholders. They will change eventually when I get around to it. I'm actually gonna maybe hide them for now. Oh yeah, I just said that I might experiment with like a steampunk design. I don't know for sure how settled on that I am. But it would be interesting in terms of being unique and all that. So I guess this would be like a light brown. Yeah, that works good enough for now. And it would be different. It could still potentially work good color scheme wise of like the browns and the gold, the kind of copper kind of style on the inside, and then with the really bright orange of the lava on the outside. Those could maybe mesh good together. Color schemes don't always have to be opposite colors on the color wheel. You can, have variety. And even then, I could have I could still mess around with color scheme stuff even within this, because beyond whatever the environment is, it's still a circus. So I'm still gonna have wacky circus colors. It's just like, what am I starting with, and then putting a circus on top of it. Yeah. Anyways, so with the circus, that I imagine the main brand color scheme is gonna be yellow and red, just like the Unicycle is. So that's currently a plan. Cause, well, yeah, it's common to circus colors that isn't just the white and red. That is like very common circus colors. Having the yellow instead of the white is slightly more color. Oh, by the way, I figured out a solution to that stupid movement relative to camera issue I was having. Woo! Love that. Awesome. Yeah. Earlier in the stream, I finally solved a bit of a problem. Thing that's being a problem that, like, basically as long as this game has been in development, that I just now finally got around to sorting out, which was just a menu thing with clicking buttons with the mouse and being able to, like, with a controller or, well, with a keyboard, W and S move up and down the menu buttons. Be able to have both those happen at the same time was being tricky. One or the other was fine. At the same time as being tricky. But yeah, got that to work now, so that's cool. Yes. So, yeah, so in terms of actually building level, as I said, I don't fully have planned out this level. Usually a good thing to do is I have been planning the level conceptually. I've been, thinking about it a lot and writing stuff down and all that. But, people a lot of times make floor plans with, designing levels or that, or drawing stuff on paper or graph paper or Photoshop or Illustrator and all that sort of stuff. And I've experimented with a lot of these methods, and there's certain things about a lot of them that I don't like. Mainly with a lot of the 2D medium. A problem with that, or even like a floor plan, for example, is verticality. It can be hard to design on paper something that is very three-dimensional. Now, sometimes it's fine if you have a level that's just generally moving forward. Maybe you go up a little bit, and then you go down a little bit, maybe a ladder, and usually you can get around that, and it's fine. Or, you can have, different papers. Like here's floor 1 on this page, here's floor 2 on this page, here's floor 3. Just gray box it. That's exactly what I'm leading up to. That's where the end of this sentence is going. So something I experimented a bit with when I was making the Ultra Tag game, a way to kind of I was sort of making a floor plan in Unity by basically just being top down and just having different cubes that represented just general ideas, and then use that to sorry, no, your groove. Well, fair. No, it's fine. It's fine. I was just leading to that I was doing something that I thought was more unconventional, but I forgot that it does have a term. Well, I guess I'm doing something slightly. Oh, I guess it falls into gray boxing. What I did with Ultra Tag, definitely not. That was definitely a very weird way of how I went about that. But, which I was considering doing that same thing. Well, because actually what I did, with Ultra Tag, can I open, I just need another scene. How do you, I forget how to have, I don't want to, hold on. It's fine. I'm just going to do this for a second. Basically what I had was, with this I basically had like floor 1, floor 2, floor 3, and I was doing it that way, which was like a weird way to like go about it. But then because of the way I had these things working, like I had the one camera was like above the other camera, but like really high up, in a way that way things were with near and far planes was built in a certain way that I could have a certain objects that were just so tall that they could like work being on. I could see it in both views. It was a very weird and complicated way of doing that, but it worked enough for that. In this, however, I'm going to be doing something different. I'm going to just do normal gray boxing, where I think I'm basically going to just build, kind of like, block out ideas with cubes. And I think it could be, I'm going to kind of start as general as this giant cube represents a room where this stuff will happen in. This, cube represents the front half of the ship, that kind of stuff. And then slowly kind of eventually getting to the point of like, here's a cube that represents a cutscene trigger. Here's a set of cubes that represents a bunch of projectile spawner things. And, here's like a tire swing or something, slowly whittling away until starting with, cubes representing general ideas and getting more specific, I guess. That's my kind of idea-ish of how I'm going to go about this. We gotta take doggos out? Well, have fun with that. Yeah. So that's my general idea. But I don't even know if I'm ready at that stage yet, because I'm still planning, like, a lot of conceptuals of what I want to have happen in the level. Even some stuff I just thought of today, like the objectives, splitting the lava leaks in 3, that just happened today. So, still figuring out what I want to do. Also, I know a lot of this is good. Like, one, the come up with ideas for the level is just something that's kind of happening over time as I'm just going about my day-to-day life, just kind of thinking of things as creativity sparks for me or whatever. So even the gray boxing is going to be a lot of that. It's just me kind of coming with ideas as I'm, doing other things or whatever. So I don't know how much I'm necessarily going to be streaming this gray boxing process, but we'll see. Or especially for this first level. There's there's going to be a lot more of this indecisiveness and all that, like with this first level that I'm making, where I'm laying a lot of the groundwork of what will, how other, all levels in the game will kind of function and all that. I feel like I'm hoping that once I'm at the point where I have one fully complete, fully functioning, polished level, then making the next one will be still hard, of course, but a million times easier just on having something to kind of go off of. That's the idea, anyway. So, yeah. And, I still want, my levels to have variety and all that, so that's still a thing, of course. But, so we'll see kind of how that goes, of course. So with this summary, I can start rambling about, like, that's why I've been kind of writing some things on paper about my plans for some of these levels. I don't think I have anything under level 2 yet, other than just in a volcano. Getting some ideas out on words, like in words what I kind of want to happen in the level, or some potential ideas that can be in different orders, or just some lists of potential ideas to then turn those words into visual things. So I've been doing some written planning with that. So I know that the objective, well, I don't know. The objectives that I want to have happen are the general circus thing. So I could potentially have a list of potential rides for that or whatever. One thing I was thinking of, so yeah, we're on a submarine, but because of like video game rules, none of it has to be accurate or anything like that with real submarines. It's a steampunk design submarine, so it's even less, or it's potentially, I'm not necessarily settled on that either. We'll see. I just thought it could be an interesting way to go about designing environment and stuff, and I could base some hazards, I could have steam things, and I just thought that could be an interesting avenue to come up with ideas for aesthetic things and all that. I don't know if that's actually what's going to happen. I don't even have to settle on that for the whole ship. It could be, because it's this poorly constructed ship, it could be that some parts of the ship have one kind of design and some parts have another kind of design, so there's like the steampunk area. However, doing that is committing to making a lot of art if I am to design all that stuff. So keeping that in mind to some degree, of course, is important. But yeah, so... yeah, so it doesn't have to match how real submarines are in the slightest. But I could take some inspiration from some things in real submarines or whatever to get ideas. Like, I don't know. Or like one room might be the room where there's the captain guy with the wheel and all that kind of stuff. You know, actually, yeah, I don't know. See, I'm very unsure. I'm very, there's so many potential things that I could do that it's hard to settle on what exactly I want to do with this. Especially getting right down to the nitty-gritty of, like, you know, what exactly is right in front of where the player spawns? What is exactly to the left? And then what goes off of that? Blah, blah, blah. I do know that I generally want, like, you know, let's get up a... Wow. You know, a submarine shape of being a big rectangle kind of idea, right? But not this flat. I also want to keep in mind that flat levels are boring. No, I want to always keep in mind to try and have a lot of verticality. A lot of, like, slopes going up and down. Lots of ups and downs. Especially in a submarine, I can have multiple floors of stuff. I want to keep that in mind heavily. I don't want the... Like, one thing that's also going to be a bit of a test of with this, with the whole running around to get to different spots where rides are breaking, I do want to make sure that it's not too confusing. Like, ideally, the main challenge of, I am here, I need to get to the carnival ride that is here. The main challenge of that shouldn't necessarily be the navigation. The focus is more on, here's the path I need to go, here's the hazards I have to dodge along the way. As I said, like, the moment-to-moment gameplay is more, well, to a degree, there's the multitasking of deciding where you need to go. Once you know where you need to go, is more about the dodging of the hazards and steering around the obstacles. That's where most of the moment-to-moment gameplay, what that should be. Or that's the idea. But then also there's the overall multitasking that you're doing of getting from point A to point B, whatever. And there is some planning ahead that you have to do. One thing I want to do that I think could be cool is, so we have this repairing mechanic that you interact with the rides and you fix them and then they're fixed and then you go to the next thing. I want to have there be other things in the level that you can interact with, that you can repair or whatever, or interact with it in some way. Such as, like, here's a electrical floor that's all on. Let me interact with this wiring, and now it's all off, maybe temporarily, and you run across it and then it might turn back on. Well, that idea I literally thought of as I said it. I had other examples I was planning to say. One thing could be like, here's something blocking your path, like maybe a door or something, or, I don't know. Something that's blocking your path that, because you're here and you want to be over there, you have to take this long, windy path to get over there. If you spend the time to repair whatever, the door button, whatever, to be able to, like, get rid of the door, get rid of the obstacle. It doesn't have to be a door. It could be a blockade of stuff. I was running to your thing a second. When you get rid of the door, get rid of the whatever, then it's now suddenly a shortcut to get from one place to another for the rest of the level. So doing this thing where you have to kind of, like, think ahead, where it's like, the more time you spend repairing that door, it, like, takes a while. That's less time you're spending, like, doing the objectives you have to do now. If you have some free time, where things aren't immediately exploding, that you could put some time into repairing the door thing. So, like, I want that to kind of be a mechanic that can happen in some levels. This, to add to the strategy. I thought could be cool. Also, just in general, there could be maybe some hidden shortcuts. Or just in general, it's like, oh, I need to get from here to here. I can go the easy way that takes longer but has less hazards, or I can take the hard way that is really fast but, you know, really hard to not get hit, or whatever. So stuff like that. Or if I get hit, I have the chance of falling. And that could be a problem. So, yeah, a lot of that stuff that I want to have be a thing. But also the interacting with things that aren't just the player, or that aren't just objective things. I want to have a lot of that, because I think that could be cool and really help enhance that you're a handyman repairing stuff. That could be an interesting thing to do. Or even like repairing a cannon to then launch you around, or whatever. Yeah, that kind of stuff could be interesting. But when are you making a horror game? I don't know if I could do that. Although I guess, you know, you're making a horror game, you know when all the jump scares are happening, whatever. But, yeah, no, I'm already not good with horror games enough, but who knows? We'll see. We'll see. Just wait till I have the horror game level in this game. There's one level where I completely flip the script and it becomes very spooky. It's funny, because there's a game called A Hat in Time that basically does that at one point. So, yeah, that's fun. Actually, it's funny enough, there's a level in that game, actually in a DLC in that game, that I wouldn't say was the inspiration for this game, because I kind of realized the coincidences, the similarities after I, you know, had a lot planned in this game. But, there was a certain level in that game called Ship Shape that shares a lot of similarities with some things I want out of this, mainly the repairing the rides thing. However, I do know... did you play Little Nightmares? So, I've seen YouTubers play all of it, but I have never got around to playing it myself. This was like years ago. I haven't seen anything with Little Nightmares 2 on purpose, because I might actually play that at some point. I just haven't gotten around to it. But, yeah, I know... I'm pretty sure Little Nightmares was made in Unity, if I remember correctly. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure it was made in Unity. And then, by extension, the second game. Beautiful art. Yeah, it's really good art style. That's one thing that horror games, especially indie horror games, somehow just a lot of them look really good. And that's like my incentive, my main incentive with like looking up a lot of it. I don't know what it is. I don't know why a lot of, yeah, indie horror games somehow look really good. Yeah. But yeah, so that do be a thing. Was Unreal? Ah, fair enough. Okay, I was wrong. Was it Inside that was made in you? There's like one of those. Well, I mean, Inside and Little Nightmares would say they're the same. They have some similarities-ish. But I think maybe it was Inside that was made in Unity. Something in that bubble, maybe. Yeah. Anyway, though, I've lost my train of thought. That's the other thing also, is in terms of planning this game stuff, is both from a gameplay standpoint, but also a graphical standpoint of what is going to look pretty. Because if the game looks good, it's also going to be more fun to play by extension. But also the graphics are everything. I could have a really visually amazing looking, but boring level, and, you know, that's not a good thing. Definitely I want to be making my game from like a gameplay first, story second, art stuff second, but I still would ideally like to, you know, it helps, especially even like some graphical things actually can make the gameplay better, like having certain landmarks can make navigation less confusing, so, you know, that there definitely is some overlap there, for sure. Oh yeah, I was talking about A Hat in Time, Ship Shape. So that level has some aspects that are similar to this, but I know that some people like that level. I'm one of those maniacs, because I know there's a lot of people that hate that level for one reason or for another. So I'm aware of a lot of the problems that people have with that level. So part of where some of the similarities lie in my game, I'm hoping to correct and, you know, not do what that did badly. That makes sense. Or, you know, I like to try. You know, no guarantee I succeed, of course. I know one big problem with that level is navigation and environment being confusing. It's like, I'm here, I need to be there now. What's my fastest way of getting there? And it's purposely a bit of a maze. It's purposely a bit confusing. But that can be a bit of a detriment to an extent. So, I mean, one thing with my thing is that, so with that game, or with that level, I think there is more of a focus on the multitasking, on the navigation and finding your way from point A to point B. In my thing, the focus, there's still the multitasking, there's a bit of that, but the focus is more on the moment-to-moment of dodging hazards and stuff. That's ideally. So there is a different focus that, in my case, hopefully can allow to avoid some of those problems. I think in general, like big open levels, like this forest level that I want to make, that's going to be the first level of the game, it might be, you know, you won't really get lost, because it's like, I'm here, I need to be there, so I just need to head in that general direction, and I'll find where I need to be, to a degree. I still want that level to have some verticality as well. I don't want any level to be just completely flat, ideally, because verticality can be interesting, but I don't want to forget to have verticality. I had to keep reminding myself, because I don't want to make a flat level. Like, oh, right, I meant to make this, you know, not just completely flat ground. I can be more interested by having cliffs and having an up. It's a 3D game and not a 2D game for a reason. No, especially because of the fact that it's purposely a thing that the player can't jump. I've said this before. The player can't jump, and that's on purpose, because I want to see what interesting things I can do with gameplay when you can't jump. Such as, I need to go up there, so I need to, like, go over here and hit a spring and go flying up, or get some speed to launch off a ramp. You know, there are ways of getting verticality, or even just, you know, horizontality, I guess that's a word now, of going across a gap, without having to jump to do that. So, yeah, I want to mess around with stuff like that. Can be interesting. You know, if I want, like, just because he's on a unicycle doesn't mean he can't jump. It's a video game. If I wanted him to jump on a unicycle, I totally can do that, but I purposely want to try not to, just to see what I can do with it. It also makes it easier a bit to not have to, like, to a degree, not to measure, like, jump distances and, you know, whatever. I mean, I still kind of would if I have, you know, you're going off a ramp, but, you know. Yeah. I mean, I don't have to the same degree, have to deal with the complicated programming that comes with jumping and, you know, fanciness with double jumping and fancy animations when you hit the ground and whatever. I have to deal with that a little bit, of the fact that you can fall and land on the ground. Okay, at this point, I'm trying to come up with reasons on the spot, and then realizing that those reasons don't really track. So, never mind. On that. Where else was I going with this? I don't know. I had other... Yeah. Anyways, though, I have a ton of things I can rail about with directions of stuff that I want to do with this game, and all that sort of stuff. Right now, in the immediate right now, what I'm trying to do is make this submarine level. Also, though, this demo is going to have 3 levels. I do already kind of have a very rough idea of what I want out of all 3 levels, which I wanted to do beforehand because, just to make sure the levels aren't too samey. By having a rough idea of all 3 levels before I start even one of them, I can make sure that all 3 levels are going to be good for being 3 different levels, and all that. And I think I will be good on that. Hopefully. So, yeah, I still need to plan now. Yeah, plan what exactly I want out of this submarine level. I have a lot of plans already, but not enough for me to actually start making it. So yeah, gray boxing is definitely going to be a thing that I do. Actually, I don't even know if I want to start with, like, colors. Like, one thing I can do is just start with everything being white. That is something that I did kind of want to experiment with, to a degree, is how, there are some things. Let me go, hold on, let me Google a thing. 1 second, let me find a thing. There are some examples of, hold on. Like, I guess, well, example. Some things, it doesn't work if I'm on the wrong side. Some examples of things made in Unity, or I guess some things could be Blender or whatever, that look really good visually, despite having no color. I mean, it all comes down to the shadows and, you know, the contrast of white and black and different shades of gray, of course. You can say like this looks awesome for having, you know, no color and all that. So part of me almost wants to experiment with basically making the level like this and coloring it a lot later. Although having an idea of what colors are going to be for the sake of things, because like that matters a little bit, especially if I want to have certain color schemes or whatever. And of course, some things might, you know, be more likely to inherently have a certain color, like grass being green or plants being green or lava being an orangey, yellowy red of some kind. But yeah, I am tempted to basically, potentially, you know, make a lot of a level just with no color. Just focus on the lighting and the shadows and the all that sort of stuff. And then, yeah, color it later. So maybe I will experiment with this. Maybe I'll keep the player in color for now. Or maybe the player should be in black and white too. One thing I actually could do, if I wanted to, is I could have... Hold on. Put in things having colors, but with my global volume, take, like, tone down the saturation to B0, so that then it's black and white. Design the level as such, with having colors, but being black and white, as far as that. And then take away the saturation at the end. We'll see. I don't know, this is, yeah, stuff that I could try. That, in theory, could lead to good-looking level stuff. Oh, also, you should be like that, thank you. Yeah. Oh, wait, do I have to reset? Oh, no, because I reset my... Oh, no, you're fine. I was gonna say, because I reset my, the layout, it messed up this being aligned with my head, which doesn't have to be completely, but... I like it to be a little bit, if I can. And then that, like that. Okay. So, yeah. Yeah, okay. I still, at the moment, I think I do still... Oh, okay. Right. One thing that doesn't help is I have this white ground and this white skybox. So, I mean, I have said before, I don't want this in a skybox. This is not a thing that that should be a thing in my skyboxes. It was just a symptom of the test one that I found to be replaced eventually. I want a skybox that is above, like you're in the sky above the horizon. You can look down and, well, to a degree, still see clouds, or I'll have to figure out how it would be. But not this, not solid color this. Especially not the solid color white that's just very blinding-y that I can't see my own level. So maybe in between this stream and the next one, I'll find a better replacement, or maybe I'll attempt some photoshopping myself. I don't know how well that'll go. I did toy around with the idea, like, one thing I could do is basically to just... It will be a thing that I have to make some clouds. For a thing that I want, with the hub world transitions, I want you to kind of go through a big cloud, or a bunch of clouds, or whatever, to help mask the transition from one level to another. Which means I'm gonna have to make some clouds anyways. If I do that, maybe I could get away with basically very simplistic skyboxes, and then the clouds are just actual clouds in the distance that might move around and all that. We'll see. That also might be very complicated for performance and all that, but we'll see. So because of that, maybe I could get away with, if I can't make if I can't make skyboxes myself, just, you know, do 3D models and all that. But I don't know. That also, as I said, it wouldn't be great on performance, so I might want to, you know, do this anyways, or find some better like skybox generator type things that do take into account below the horizon. Oh, I've tried to do that kind of unsuccessfully, so I can try again. Yeah. What time is it? We can go for 4.5 hours. It's getting close to midnight for me. I don't think I'll be streaming to 2 in the morning again like I have sometimes. So, and at this point, I'm just rambling because I'm a bit, you know, not knowing exactly what I'm going to do with this summary. So this, yeah, indecisiveness. So we did do some things, of course. We did the little, that one little bug fix that I wanted to do. A lot of rambling about plans for this. Got this submarine level set up to start making it. We got the, you know, we've done a lot of setting up that now the next thing I'll be doing is making level. Or white boxing, or gray boxing, whatever term, level stuff, and then starting to make it from there. So, yeah, I do have the platform that is the end of the level, so that exists. And the player, these don't have to be right beside each other necessarily. Like they probably won't be. Well, I mean, they can be, but we'll see if they are. Yeah, so I think maybe now's a good time for me to end things off, and I am thinking that I might do some of this gray boxing on my own. We'll see. I don't know how much of that there'll be. One thing I do know is, like I've said this before as well, is that as part of like doing something like gray boxing, I might come to a point where it's like, I have this idea, I can gray box the idea, but I don't know how the idea will look in execution. So I might, take this small chunk of level and build it kind of in isolation just to see, is the idea going to work? Or will I do it and be like, oh, this isn't going to work like how I thought it would? Or while building it, I might change it or add stuff to it or whatever. Even part of my gray boxing might have like hazards. Yeah, or that's an important part of, like, I'm not going to be gray boxing just the landscape. I will need to be gray boxing a lot of level bits. I also might need to like actually get around to finalizing my player movement sooner than later, because it might cause some problems. I in theory, the player will be kind of staying the same on the ground for the most part. We'll see if that changes. The main thing that still needs to be fixed is there's some minor issues on slopes, and then there's some that like rarely happen, but they do still happen occasionally. And then the whole moving up walls thing at high speeds, that still needs to be fixed. So we'll see when I get around to doing that. It's just going to be a lot. It's going to take a while. It's going to be a big challenge to get that all sorted out. It's a big challenge to even just get it to where it is now. Yeah, easily like the player is the most complicated thing in the game at the moment. I mean, actually, hub world stuff is quite complicated, but the player is a lot. The player is a lot. So yeah. But anyways, I think that is enough rambling for me. A nice, good, stream of testing my my new things. As I said, I'm still going to be there's still some more minor changes to my setup that's still ongoing, like my monitor situation, still sorting that out. I want to replace that yellow light up there with a white light, because I think I would prefer that for the lighting, the aesthetics, or whatever. But, yeah, I'm trying to think if I have anything else to say. I don't know if I do. I'm sure I'll probably, I'll definitely, in my Discord, I'll post some updates on how this gray boxing process is going. I think just like honestly, while I'm just trying to get through this, the creativity of trying to gray box a level, I might probably be doing it on my own, because I'm not gonna just be doing it in this few hour span. It's something I'm probably gonna be doing bit by bit over a while as I'm trying to just craft the perfect level. But then as I don't know, we'll see. I'll figure out what it is I'm doing and when I'll be streaming again. Maybe I'll find some more. If I want to take a break from doing this, I'll maybe find some more things to be tidied up, and I could do some of that stuff on the next stream. I don't know, but it is cool to be making real levels now. Or I technically haven't done that yet. I'm about to be. It'll be cool once it's actually happening. But I think I actually am going to try, to some degree, sticking to this, do it in kind of a colorless fashion, focus on the lighting and the aesthetics that way. Because I think that'd be neat to just experiment with, what will then could be, good graphically later on. But anyways, that's enough rambling for me. I've been repeating myself a lot. It's fine. We're going to call it for now. And next time, whenever that is, hopefully you will see some cool, awesome submarine level, or at least it at a starting point. Because that'll also probably be a thing, is even after I have gray boxing done, and actually going from there, I'm sure I'll change more things or add new things or whatever. So hopefully I can have a good, strong foundation to start with. Yeah. Alright, yeah, I think that'll do it for this live stream. If you liked it, look forward to more. Thank you all so much for watching, and as always, I'll see you around. Even after like a week or so, didn't forget my outro. Haha. Alright, bye.